Alright folks, welcome back. It is day 155. It is post 150 review. Tried my best yesterday. It was a long one. Pretty gratifying to think about specific types of ways of approaching recalling the vocabulary that we've learned, and an opportunity to kind of summarize my thoughts about how one go about modifying and adjusting, I guess, a study plan of some sorts. Once again, Aku desu, konnichiwa, yokoso. We basically did a review yesterday, so we're gonna hop right into Unit 33. Hopefully, this is gonna be a slightly shorter one today. A little bit carryover fatigue. So let's look at the guidebook. Section 3, Unit 33. Describe a recent date. So we got quite a lot of things when it comes to dates. Negative things and positive things. So I'm looking forward to seeing how much of all the legacy vocabulary and stuff they're gonna place in there. Still haven't reached the final feature in Duolingo's course, which are stories. So still got a while. We got like 40 more units to go. Slow and steady. Alright, Unit 33's guidebook. I met my new boyfriend at a bar in Spain. Oh, interesting. Oh no. Is bar what I think it is? Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, wait. We know what bar is. That's fine. Yeah, still got 40 more units before the story feature. There, hello there. Okay, so Spain. スペインのバーで新しい彼氏に会いました。Okay. Alright. I don't quite see anything new about this. So that's okay, I suppose. Yeah, nothing new there. My new girlfriend can drive. Nothing here too. 新しい彼女は運転 yeah, 運転 oh no, there is something new here. 運転ができます. Oh, interesting. So instead of going for yeah, instead of going for 運転する, right? Interesting. 運転ができます. That's kind of like knowing driving. Interesting. I'm gonna look this up in a sec. So yeah, being able to, being good at, do well, come into existence. Interesting. Dekiru. To finish, to grow. Wow, there's a lot. Okay. Interesting. Alright. Yeah, that makes sense. Can drive. Yeah, can drive. I didn't read the sentiment clearly. Yeah, that does say can drive. Unten ga dekiru. Samsan wa. Oh, okay, that's the grammar point. To be able to do something. To can do something using dekiru. Okay. Samsan wa ryori ga dekiru. Dekimasu. Okay. Sure. Oh yeah, no worries. Luck on your Korean lessons. Ganbatte. My new boyfriend is good at swimming. So is it Suika that they went with? I mean, not oh yeah, they Sui. No. what did they go here? Atadashi Tareshi wa suie, not suika. Freaking watermelon. Suie. Yeah, they did one. Suie ga. Oh, good. Okay. Okay, that's a yoku ima. Yokui
新しい彼氏は水泳が得意です。
得意です。Sorry, 得意です。得意 is a grammar point. That's a conjugation for good. 得意 neat. So 水泳 comes back. Wasn't expecting that. Okay. So yokui, e and yo. Yokui desu. I'm very happy every day. 毎日 とても 幸せ Oh, 幸せ That is not the happy from Shashinko, but I kind of like the way it sounds, so 幸せ
毎日とても幸せです。
Yes, 幸せです Alright, a different happy. Another happy, which I guess maybe will glean some nuances from 幸せ Alright, recent date. At least this sounds positive as opposed to negative. Our last date related thing was we got a bunch of negative words like mondai and kenka suru and wakareru to break up.
楽しい
Tanoshi. Oh, hey, we finally got Tanoshi. I don't need to learn. I don't need to extract this kanji from Shashinko anymore. We got Tanoshi. There's some Shashinko transference now. All right. Oh, iremasu. Whoops. Wrong one. That's the day. Iremasu. Niku. Niku. Oh, hey. Namae. And we don't need to transfer this from Shashinko as well.
名前
Namae. Tanoshi. Futari.
二人
Okay. Namae. Okay. Shiawase. Shiawase.
幸せ
Shiawase. We'll just stick with 幸せ.
幸せですか
Shiawase desu ka? Oh. I can get behind this. Shiawase desu ka? It's kind of aggressive. A little bit aggressive. Like, it's very direct in terms of like asking someone how they feel. It's kind of direct. Okay. Shiawase desu ka? Spain. All right. So they're kind of doing the thing where there are words, there are very specific specialized words that, or names or something that haven't been mentioned in some time ago, and they like kind of do this thing again. And I noticed that it more so lately. So I kind of like that. I think I dig it. Especially like Spain, like that, yeah. You know, Spain.
エリカさんはスペイン出身です
Erika-san wa Spain出身です。出身です。My voice is still a little bit weak, on the weaker side today. エリカさんはスペイン出身です。
名前はサムです。
名前はサムです。Right? You know 名前 from 写真語. Yeah, don't even have to look at it. And the nice thing about 名前, it's Ming, and the read is Mae. So you know its name because of Chinese. I knew it was named because of Chinese when I was learning Chinese, and then I was playing Shashinko. Kind of fun. This is on the card with Kanban, the signs, the signboard, Kanban, Namae. Okay. Namae wa Namae wa what are our choices? Nani desu. What do we have? Which one are we who's introducing who? Arexu. Of course you would choose Arexu. Of all the
アレックス
Arexu desu. とても優しい人です. Oh, okay. All right. We know whose perspective it's coming from. Oh, no. No, they went with... Okay, all right. They went with the guy. Clever. I see what they did. Arexu is I guess one would define it as more of a neuter name, like a neutral name. So it could be like Alexander. So they went with this is from the perspective of the guy. Nice. Well played.
新しい彼氏はどんな人ですか？
新しい彼氏はどんな人ですか？かっこいい人です。名前はダニエルさん。ダニエルです。Oh, that's interesting. I was gonna say, I immediately almost said, 名前はダニエルさんです。But, There's no honorific there.
毎日メールします。
毎日メールします. Okay, so メールします is not necessarily new, but I think it has an alternative
メー
meaning.
ルします。
Yeah, okay, so text as well. Interesting. So this is highlighted for texting as opposed to emailing. メールします. Makes sense. Multi-purpose. I can see that. 毎日メールします. That's kind of cute. Sort of. Every day. We text every day. Oh no. I might digress into interpersonal skills. I might end up doing that today. Let's try not to. I'm really...
よくメールします。
My voice is not up to that. よくメールします。
メールします。ダニエルさんは楽しい人です。
ダニエルさんは楽しい人です。Okay.
新しい彼女は楽しい人です。
I was my immediate thought is at least they're not using omoshiroi as funny. Okay. Alright.
新しい彼女は楽しい人です。新しい彼女は楽しい人です。新しい彼女は楽しい人です。
Oh, that kind of sounds like really nice. 新しい彼女は楽しい人です。It's just it sounded so like staccato like.
新しい彼女は楽しい人です。
アレックスさんはとても楽しい人です。
Alex-san wa totemo tanoshii hito desu. Okay. We're getting a lot of mileage out of Tanoshi here. What else are we getting? No, just Tanoshi. Okay. And having to say Alexu. Okay. And oh yeah, Namae. Let's not forget that. There's Namae. Hey bro, what's your user on Duolingo? It's the same. Same as Twitch and YouTube.
Namae.
Okay. I'm very happy every day. Oh yeah. Shiawase. Yay.
毎日。
毎日幸せ。No, とても幸せです。
です。
毎日とても幸せです。
メールします。
Oh.
毎
朝メールします。Now these are the sharp, like simple responses that I expect when you're asking a question. Like, yep, that's what we do very often.
持っています。
持っています。Ah, okay. Now they bring in the other one. Now we have both mottes. But now they introduce a kanji for motte. Yeah, so it's not motte, but it's motte iku this time. And we had the use of motte kuru. They're both like special classes. As opposed to a motte, the expression motte. So now they first introduced, oh wait. Yeah, they're doing motte iku. It's a Iku Yuku special class. Man. Alright. Someone already spoiled this for me, so... about the special class, Motte. So, Motte Iku. Motte imasu. Kind of like, now they're avoiding explaining, applying the other things for sundeimasu and hondeimasu. I got a bunch of them actually now, like 4 or 5 of them. Motte iku. Okay. Kotoshi. I gotta make sure I don't accidentally say Chinese when I see numbers, because we've been kind of working on it. The Chinese numbers are a little bit more of a pep because of the tones. Like shiar, sure, yeah, sure are. Juni. 楽しい。持っています。名前。I was about to say 名字。
持っています。
持っています。
バイクの免許。
バイクの免許。License? Okay. What a way to bring back バイク。バイクの免許。
免許。
Interesting.
免許
Menkyo.
彼氏の趣味はスキーです。
Kareshi no shumi. Oh, hey, there's shumi. Kareshi no shumi wa... Honestly, I don't remember the other word. Oh, it was for interest. Right. The other word hasn't come up in like 60 days, if not more. Kyumi. Yeah, Kyumi. No, Kyomi. Kyomi. Yeah, Kyomi. But we have Shumi. Actually, we have Shumi Shumi. The natural read. From Shashinko. Kareshi no Shumi wa... ski desu. Alright. Sure. Way to bring back ski from the unit with seasonal activities. Okay. Okay. Kareshi no shumi wa ski desu. I guess that's very useful. I mean, shumi is very useful. We can build whole dialogue chains around shumi.
趣味
Shumi.
ケンさんはよく釣りをします。
Ken-san wa yoku tsuri o shimasu. Fishing? Neat? Tsuri. Oh, I know tsuri because tsuru is catch. Interesting. Like catch fish, or in the context of catching fish. Fishing. From Shoshinko. Interesting. I see.
ケンさんはよく釣りをします。ケンさんはよく釣りをします。
Tsuri o shimasu. Tsuri o shimasu. Yeah, it's a lot more pronounced here. The Shoshinko version is very, very soft. It sounds almost like tsuru. Tsuru. So tsuru. I have a habit of just saying tsuru instead of suru. And tsuri right here. Tsuri o shimasu. So Ken-san wa yoku tsuri o shimasu. Okay. And often was fishing. All the dots are connecting. So much reinforcement. It's almost like I don't even need to, it's almost like these aren't even new words.
アンドリューさんは釣りが大好きです。
Andoryu-san wa tsuri ga daisuki desu. Okay. Honto desu ka? Wait. What do we got? Honto desu ka? 素敵な趣味ですね. Yeah. Yeah. I could get behind that. That's a vibe right there. Really? That's a lovely hobby, isn't it? I like it. I like it. 素敵な趣味ですね. I have been wondering. I like the phrase 本当ですか? Or 真的吗? And then I didn't have quite a lot of things to follow it up. Like, oh, that sounds nice. That's probably what I would say. Or like, 本当ですか? いいですね. Right? Something like that. But 素敵な趣味ですね can come up quite a lot. Because oftentimes we talk about hobbies. Right?
甲斐さんは運転ができます。
カイさんは運転ができます。運転ができます。Yeah, yeah. And I suppose we can use dekiru a lot more. Something like 日本語に少し日本語 Oh, we could say 少し日本語花見花見に maybe 花見にができます。I don't know if that works or not. Where I know I'm capable of speaking a little Japanese. Huh. I wonder if that works. Because I'm applying two things that I have recently been exposed to. The idea that you can make... Oh, it's probably ga. We probably use ga. Hanami ga dekimasu. Does it work? Nihongo hanami ga dekimasu. 少し日本語花見ができます。I'm applying like two things together, but I haven't actually seen them together. So this ga dekimasu is today's grammar point, and I'm combining it. No. Oh wait, maybe you don't have to conjugate it. I'm trying to see. No, hana hanamu. Oh no. Oh, sorry. Hanashi. Sorry, hanashi. Hanashi. I conjugated improperly. Hanashi ga dekimasu. Or can you not conjugate hanas to hanashi to make it speak? And then you add ga dekimasu. So I'm doing multiple things here. First, I took hanas and turned it into hanashi. And then I'm applying this ga dekiru. Yeah, nihongo de. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, de. Oh, I'll use de. Oh yeah, I need nihongo de. That's right. Nihongo de hanami ga dekimasu. Okay. So I need a de. I forgot about a particle for nihongo. Hanashi. Sorry, yeah, hanashi. Yeah. I conjugated it wrong. I was thinking of something else. It's hanas. Yeah, hanas is the plain form. I had to take the plain form of hanamas. Like, I needed to think of the plain form properly. Yeah. Interesting. And then I added like a adjective or something because it's something I would say. 少し日本語話ができます. So that's combining a lot of things, which is neat. We have several grammar points today. There's another one coming up actually. It was spoiled by the guidebook. Shumi is here. We got Shumi, Lotus. Instead of what was the other one? Kyomi. Way back. Kyomi. We got Shumi. Now we can say how lovely and nice and wonderful hobbies are. You're all over the place today. Oh, which by the way, Lotus, now that we're not reviewing like yesterday, I had another thought about our conversation regarding your cultural encounter. This is a thought experiment, right? This is a thought experiment. We're not going to go too late into this because I want to keep this in a short day. But here's a thought experiment. What do you think if we turn the role reversal, right? I know this time next year or sometime you're gonna go to Japan, right? So we already talked about what it's like at the recipient end of the East meets West thing, where it's funny because a lot of the phrases that we want in Japanese, like when we talk about, oh yeah, we can talk about this now, we can talk about this now. However, that's the enthusiasm coming from the West. Because when you know how to say all these things, if you're gonna go to like an Asian country, for example, like a face culture country, and you want to be excited to get like the contextualize the more like in-depth conversations, right? The in-depth conversation. It actually doesn't typically happen when you go to a face culture country, because usually in the public space you don't talk about those things, right? So in a way it's kind of humorous. I start thinking even deeper in this. So it's kind of humorous that we as let's just say English speakers or like westernized culture people want conversations to be deeper, right? Like we want to enhance and talk about our hobbies, our like siblings, our family. We want to be able to do that. However, the first situations that we'll encounter as people who visit that country, right? Visit Japan, visit China, the chances of you focusing on those deeper conversations, like those things, you won't actually say those things. Most of the time it's about いいですね。ありがとうございます, right? Like こんにちは、こんばんは, right? そうです, right? Like those are the things that you will say and then it ends. So the idea is when you go there, and I feel Duolingo's perspective on this, where no, like if you get the first couple units and you get those things down, those are going to be the most frequent phrases you will be saying when you visit a face culture country, because in public spaces it's proper decorum. You only acknowledge things and like say things like, this is good, I'm fine, I'm okay, you're great, hello, nice to meet you, and then that's it. You like carry on. That's, thank you, like how much is this, that'll be this, thank you, and that's it. Like that's the massive amount, the vast majority of your conversations until you make a friend. But since you're visiting and not living there, the odds of pressuring or like being a little assertive is usually not how that works, right? But here's the thing. I was thinking about your situation. Now the question is, we kind of know a lot about the cultural standings of a face culture. A face culture in public decorum is upholding rules, like really stringently. Now here's the thing. If you take a Japanese person or someone from a face culture and they travel to a country that is almost individualistic in its face culture, as in like individualism and expressiveness comes with the friendly demeanor. That's like the social norm, right? Even pleasantries and small talk is a reflection of the person's individuality. So would you expect that if a Japanese person is very, very socially aware of their decorum in public space, in your situation, would it have been the Japanese way to be able to inform themselves that they should make small talk while they're in the United States because that's the social norm? Or are they so practiced in their social norms because they are a face culture that they do not partake in the westernized social norms? That, my friends, is what I was thinking about when I was taking a shower after my long run. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's so wrapped up in metagame, right? And I can tell you, and I think the language has a lot to do with the style. Yeah, it really does. Because like, if you think about it, here's the thing, Lotus. When I went out to study Japanese, my thought was, oh, what can I use when I learn it, right? What part of the language can I use in Japanese to learn to use, right? But the real thing here is you have to understand that culturally, to be feeling like you're expressing is also kind of knowing how to culturally assimilate sort of way. And what I mean by that is it might be I might never feel comfortable engaging in small talk in Japanese because the large majority of the conversation and the way the language is tied to the culture is that small talk is not the usual talking thing in Japanese. So naturally, you get to a point where like, oh yeah, I learned enough, I think, that I'm feeling Japanese. So instead of saying I want to express myself per se, I've said this a couple of times, like I still want to try to, get my English side a little bit into the Japanese, but at the same time, I'm not holding my breath to think that I'm gonna bend Japanese so that I can say the same things and express myself the way I would in English. You know what I mean here? Like that was like the thought mania I had in my shower this morning. I was thinking about your situation and I thought, huh. So basically you achieved your goal, Lotus, if you know what I mean. Like you went out, you spoke Japanese, and it was very short, succinct, and you went on your way. Because that is what I would expect. I'm not saying that it's true for everyone, but the likelihood is that people from a face culture will likely still adhere to the thing that they're really, really concerned about, holding their respect of their social norms. English, on the other hand, kind of does the same thing, only the code swapping is reversed, right? Like you engage in small talk as you go to the country. So you attempt to feel like, oh yeah, I want to speak Japanese when I can. The answer is you speak Japanese when it's appropriate, not whenever you can. Or like not whenever you want to force yourself to speak Japanese as often as you can, because that's how you learn in English, right? English is a small talk language. You communicate by engaging in small talk. But in Japanese, it's like, no, you execute and then be happy with it, right? Say hello, thank you, nice to meet you, and nice to meet you, thank you, you've accomplished your task. Unfortunately, right, yeah, there's some urgency, like, oh yeah, but I wanted to use all my other stuff. It's like, well, you don't do that. You know what I mean? Like, what I mean is you're encouraged not to, even in the language itself and the situation. Totally, that's how you know you're fluent. When you take a phone call and only need to say yes, yep, so yes. I don't know, occasionally, if people will probably see some of this, occasionally when there are people here, my father sometimes walk in the house, and even the house communication is the same. Like my father would explain things and saying things, my response would be okay, 아봐요. 네. Okay. 띵나죠. Okay. 아봐요. All right. And then he walks away. Like he would be speaking like 4 to 5 paragraphs of specific things, and my only response would be and I have adopted words. My parents say okay too. They're like, okay, 네. 아봐요. I'm basically saying so, right? So, wakarimasu, right? It's like wakaru, like I'm basically saying I know. Okay, I'll do it later. That's it. That's like the normal conversation. I'm not like asking my father, oh, so what's this or what's that? Oh yeah, by the way, what did you do with? No, that's not. So most of the time when I see like Duolingo introducing specific phrases in Chinese, I'm like, yeah, that's about all the Chinese you really need when you walk in the household. And it comes up so infrequently, and it's kind of a weird double standard, I think, Lotus. And what I mean by a double standard, in a very fun cultural way, you want the opportunity to flex your Japanese, or in my opinion, you want the opportunity as a language learner to flex like your Chinese, your Japanese when you can. The culture themselves aren't really focused on small talk. So that's why I actually think moving to Japan is a great thing, because you get to make a lot of friends. Yeah, I gotta make some Japanese friends to show off. Yeah, exactly. Or you either have really good friends that are uncharacteristically talkative. I'm gonna be real. I think that Asian cultures, especially phase cultures, tend to talk less and listen more because of the fear of basically embarrassment, right? The fear of saying something inappropriate, or the fear of like talking too much, right? So it's often like a turn-based thing as opposed to an overzealousness of friendliness, or like a different type of friendliness. It's more like mutual respect. Like, I am friendly to you because I'm giving you your space. So if you want to talk, I'm going to listen, and I will acknowledge actively that I'm listening, as opposed to I must contribute something to the conversation in order to appear friendly, right? That's kind of like the thing that I have with my parents. I've have become far more hyper focused on these things nowadays. Like my parents and my interaction, they're one-sided. So each time, if the person who initiates the conversation is the person who's speaking the entire time, and then the other person predominantly responds, and that's it. That's the end of the transaction. And then maybe like 5 minutes later, my father would approach me and I will be the one listening. So most of my responses will be to actively respond back. And they're really short. They're like Duolingo phrases. Like, wakarimashita. That's it. Like, like, ii desu ne. Like, hondo desu ka? Ii desu ne. Ah, like, like, so. That's it for the most part. So it feels weird. Meanwhile, we're doing this in English, at least in my opinion. In English, you have a lot of descriptors of expressing the same thing. So even if it means saying the same thing back, it's normal, as opposed to in Japanese, if you say the same thing back, it's awkward. Like, are you like, genki desu, and then you say genki, that's fine, that's as close as it gets. But when you say, oh, do you like baseball? Yes, I do like playing baseball, as opposed to I like it, or like I like. That's it. Like, but if you say, do you like baseball? It's like, oh, I like baseball too. That's normal. At least in my opinion, it sounds like it's something you can happen in English. But in Japanese, or at least I'm going to say in Chinese, it would be acknowledging that you heard the question, and you wouldn't say the words back. You would just say yes. Or that is correct. I like baseball. Or me too. Or something that isn't like redundant with whatever the other person is saying. And that's kind of how I feel right now about Japanese. Like, I don't get to say a lot, but you say a lot less to mean a lot more. And that's not to say that there's a quantity versus quality thing. Like, there's a nuance to it. I think in English, especially for interpersonal skills, when you acknowledge that you heard something of the other person and you use those words back, in my opinion, culturally, that demonstrates that you are listening and actively participating in conversation. Meanwhile, I feel a lot of times in Japanese and in Chinese, when you simplify your response, it's showing that you're paying attention, that the redundancy is there. So like, instead of, saying like, I like basketball, and it's like, oh, me too, I like playing basketball. But I play basketball. It's like, me too, I like playing basketball. It's more like, I like basketball, me too. I'm like, that's it, me too. Watashi mo. I guess watashi mo suki desu, or something. You don't say like basketball again or something like that. It gets shortened and it gets faster. It gets shortened. In English, it can get longer. Like things can get longer, and that's pretty much it. Sorry, Lotus. That I had so many thoughts about your transaction because now you are in a unique situation where you're greeting someone into another one, so you got the rare opportunity. I'm like blowing this out of proportion, but you got the rare opportunity where you are the host. Like you are the host, and that is so very funny. Like sometimes I mean, like I'm highlighting how Japan, like East meets West is different, but the behavior of the human being is still similar. So, you know, you do the thing you're used to. You do the thing that you're trained to do. So I am not surprised at all that both you and the other people might had an awkward interaction because the Japanese people, the visitors, will likely be adhering to what they're used to doing, and you are adhering to what you're used to doing. Meanwhile, you're using the language to bridge the culture. And I think that's a super cute. That's almost like YouTube clip scripted skip material. And that interaction happens pretty much anytime my parents are in like the conversation with my friends and stuff. It happens all the time. Like my parents would sit there and they would like smile and nod, and they might know or they might not know, but they wouldn't say much. And then the other parents, who are like westernized parents, they would feel the urge to constantly talk and, you know, get friendlier and whatnot, and you just see the social clashes. It's not a bad or a good thing. They occupy the same space, and they're mutually understanding of each other. Like my parents know that they've lived in this country long enough that they know that that's how it's perceived as being friendly. So they smile, they nod, and they make the attempt, right? And then the other parents would be like, oh yeah, you know, they'll be fine with it. It's not like they don't have to feel awkward that they want to talk and it's one-sided, because you have to understand that exchanges tend to be one-sided. Oh, one person's listening actively by not saying a lot, and then the other person is sharing because it's their turn, right? And I don't think, and whenever I have a conversation between my parents and I, like equally exchanging back and forth, those things will take hours, like incredibly long hours, because now you have two parties that are actively involved in it. In English, it's like you can change the thought immediately. Like, oh, sorry, let's just go on a tangent and now let's talk about Indian. And it'll be fine. Like the swapping and stuff, because we're exchanging small talk. So funny. I can't wait to think about all these things when I visit Japan. It's going to be so interesting. I think largely though, I would probably go in the route of what I typically do when I speak to other Chinese people. Basically, I learn how to execute all the common phrases, right? And if I'm able to do that and operate in a public space formally, regardless, that is the goal. You know how to acknowledge, know how to excuse yourself, right? Make sure that you are behaving properly. And then if I get lucky, maybe get lucky, you bump into someone maybe in a nightlife. So, you know, you go out late at night where there's appropriateness for socializing. That's probably where I would try, like go out with 2 or 3 people, like someone like my parents or my sister or something, later in the evening, where you are more likely to encounter people who are talking. Yeah, and I look forward to that. I definitely look forward to it. So in the morning, you know, in the morning and daytime, it's about listening, right? You're observing the culture, you're maintaining yourself, and you're gonna try to people watch and then behave in that like sharp public space thing, but then you hit the nightlife and then you get an opportunity, maybe drop by like izakaya and have some pleasant interactions, right? That's the closest thing I would say culturally. And I think it's the same for Chinese, really. If not, you go to a back alley. This sounds like so weird. You go into an alley mom and pop shop where there are tons of people yelling at the top of their lungs, and you go there to practice. And that's basically what most people do in the United States anyways. The ones that want to like speak Chinese or try to exchange something, you go to a marketplace. You go to a marketplace during the day if you have to go to it during the day. If you encounter someone like in the street, they're gonna be asking you a question. If they approach you, they're gonna be asking you a question. You stand there, you respond to the question, and you provide the answer, and then you leave. That's typically the response you'll have. However, for Chinese, I would say definitely hit up a local eating spot, and then you just sit there, get blinded by all the yelling. And the one thing that I can't really get accustomed to anymore, like it's very hard, is I have like sensitive hearing, like hearing that I get overwhelmed by loud noises. So one of the things that are ever exhausting when it comes to hanging out with my extended family and being in the environment that they grew up in, which is so normal for them, is that everything in Chinatown and like the main Chinese hub, they're like 2 magnitudes louder. Like everything is so loud, and that's when you know you can practice your Chinese. And you can see that most of the time, like the influencers that go around practicing their Chinese, they'll pick either a marketplace or an eating place because that's the most appropriate places. If you see like a Chinese person on an airport, like or yours, they would probably say yes, and that's probably what you're gonna get. You might get a hi and and good day, probably something like, or like a nod or a smile. That's as much as you'll get in my opinion, because when my parent, like when they travel, they're going to say as little as possible so that they don't embarrass themselves, or they'll only say things that they are capable of saying. Even if you approach them with Chinese, the Chinese would be like, oh, that's awesome, your Chinese is good. That sounds so familiar, doesn't it? The Nihongo Jozo thing. Like, your Chinese is great. And it's like, thank you. It's like, and then that's it. There's no follow-up. Like, and you're like talking to them. Yeah, you're like talking to him, and then they're like, yeah, okay, oh, haha. That's you should. My father's face is all generally the same, and he would nod yes and stuff. And then when he goes to ask me what he thinks that person said, it could be like way off. It could be, I'm like, that's not what he said. And then he would be like, oh, okay. But he wouldn't say anything about it. He wouldn't like say, oh, can you explain this again? Or I don't know what this means. Like, he wouldn't engage in it. He would make some assumptions, implications, and then when he finds an appropriate time, he would ask me what the person said. And then that's kind of how it goes. For what I remember, I have a lot of shared features of this from growing up in Texas. Yeah. Wait, or WIW? Oh, there, Jonathan. Yeah, so that's kind of it. And I started thinking, like, your interaction, I feel for the Japanese. It's really interesting trying to explain to my girlfriend all the nuances of the conversation she doesn't catch, for what it's worth. Oh, for what it's worth. Yeah. Yes, exactly. The nuances of the conversation, yeah. I think this stuff is hilarious. Or it's so good coffee table talk. But the paradox here is you have to be really, really close to a Chinese person or a Japanese person to have this type of coffee table talk, because having it with a stranger or sharing like candid conversation in public can be very immature. It can be very childish, and that's not saying that it's childish because you do it in a different culture. It's in the social norm of the like the culture we're talking about, like Chinese culture at least. It can be very touchy if you start candidly speaking. Yes, I am on Twitch too, Jonathan. I'm live on both. So I like both. There's a time and place for it. I just think it's hilarious when it's in the same room. I went to occasionally I would find myself in these situations, and I like sitting there in between everything. And you know what's even greater than this? Imagine a picture. Picture this, and it's happened once or twice in my life. There's a group of Chinese people, right? Our relatives, both our relatives and parents. And then you have friends along who are American, right? It's like third gen Americans. And then I have one or two other people who are second gen Lotus. And we would sit there and we would sit in the middle. Just think about like a movie frame, right? Just me, right? Me here. Oh, sorry. Right, this is the picture. So me here and my friend here, and then you have like two groups of people, right? And they're talking to each other. So you have our like relatives and stuff, so native gens, right? Asian. And then you have our friends who are like third gen Americans, right? Oh, you like Twitch better? Welcome. Is that you, Jonathan? People. Third gen. And then you have this second gens, and we're like, oh man, I feel for you. And it's like, oh man, I feel for you. Like you're having two groups like, I know exactly. Yeah, we kind of know what's happening over there, but we definitely know what's happening over there too. And then we say nothing. Right, in the middle, we're just like, no. Let's just let them go. Let's see how they navigate this. And then at some point, when they're done with their conversation, it's our turn. So then we interact with the two groups separately and behave according to that. So we would talk to our third gen Americans in a specific way because that's the most friendly and most appropriate, and then we communicate what they missed. And then you do the other way too. And I feel whoever is in an intercultural, like a multicultural relationship with someone, or you have children who are multicultural, would be able to empathize with the situation. Like, oh yeah, so you do a code swap, right? You do a cultural code swap between the two things, and you wouldn't be feeling like it's awkward doing it. It's very natural because you've done this. You're in this situation oftentimes, and this situation you might be thinking, oh, this usually it's us and them, right? The OG and the second gen, and then we would have a separate situation where it's the third gen and the second gen, right? And I think this stuff is what makes me think of your situation. So much fun. I think just sitting there watching people navigate their cultural nuances is like watching good TV. There are some television shows, like long-running streaming shows that do these kind of things, and I love watching it. And when you watch it with like third gens or like OGs or diasporas, you get a different perspective. And watching these shows, if people are really into these shows, it's so much fun having coffee table talk around it, because each of the generations will have a different pickup on the nuances of that conversation. And that, to me, is what a great form of appropriation is. Unfortunately, obviously, having delved a lot into multicultural content, sometimes there is, misappropriation, which is where they forcibly create situations where it doesn't reveal that nuance. It's one-sided. Like, the idea is it's pretty clear that this is only depicting one side of the nuance, right? Like, for example, what is a form of misappropriation is something like the whole program is showing how one culture is overpowering another culture just because they want to show that. That kind of thing can get a little dicey. But when you described me, I wanted to be there, Lotus. Like, I wanted to be that friend that was also going on the plane trip with you, but I decided not to engage with the Japanese people, and you decide to, and I just sit there and watch. that's kind of what I was describing. You were the third gen, and then you interacted with some natives, and I'm just in the middle. I'm like, this is so interesting. Let's unpack this right now, and then I'm doing that now. So that's kind of what I'm apologizing, but I love it. I love that there are people like you, Lotus, who are engaging in people who are traveling from another country, because if you, like people like you, and the people you're interacting with do not come together, right? People like me don't exist. You see what I mean here? Like, when you're describing that stuff, what I see is that's the coming together of cultures, because you wouldn't have multicultural people otherwise. You would have monocultural people, and that's what made me think about it like all evening, and then in the morning as well. You're gonna learn Arabic, huh? Hey yo, good luck, good luck, good luck. All right. Anyways, thanks for that. It's very invigorating. Now I'm even more likely to continue learning Japanese. Thank you. All right. Okay.
はい、アンドリューさんは運転ができます。
Okay. I just wanted to, I don't know if I give you the impression, but I think regardless of how insecure you might feel or how nervous you might feel, that is genuinely, in my opinion, how at least I can say Chinese people in the United States feel when you try to go up to them and talk with them in like the appropriate space. Like if you go up to a restaurant or go up to a place of commerce, right, and you start trying to talk Chinese, it's rarely ever, the insecurity is rarely ever pushed by the person you're talking to. It's often self-created, because it's incredible that there are other people who are willing to learn your language. And I think in the Japanese space, you gotta find that a place, because I don't think for an ounce of my being that if you go out in the nightlife, go into an izakaya and start like messing up your Japanese, but you are unapologetic and confident in trying to converse in an appropriate cultural space, that the Japanese person would be like, oh yeah, like can you be a little bit more respectful and speak my language. Like that would rarely be the case, in my opinion, my humble opinion, when it's in an appropriate place, right? Like they're there to talk, and that's kind of how I feel about the insecurity thing. You still can't help but feel nervous, right? Because face culture. Oftentimes, I think the insecurity about face culture in Japan is well-founded, because During the daytime, it's the formal time. Like when you're in a place of activity and business, when people are going about their business, it is in that insecurity is well felt, because that insecurity is felt by the face culture. Like my parents are legitimately always overly concerned about their politeness and stuff during the day, during operations. And I imagine that's how it feels in Japan. So when you go up to like a convenience store clerk, right, and you say something in Japanese and it's kind of rough, right? Now you're insecure that, oh no, I alerted this person. But then again, the other person is probably really alert too, because it's their job. In a face culture, you have to be ready. So they'll panic and pull out their English card and stuff and make sure that the transaction happens as smoothly as possible. So then you have this awkward transaction where both groups are ironically acting like each other. Literally. Like, what I mean is, that is the most Japanese response a foreigner can have to a most Japanese response, in my opinion, to the situation. You have two people who are overly insecure that they might have said something in the person's target language incorrectly, and that is kind of it's beautiful. I think it's one of those, like, it's a smile situation in which I hope that both those people know that they're both kind of like equally the same right now. Oops, I accidentally said, oh yeah, is this like the bag thing? Wait, oh no, you said something that looks like oh kairimasu instead of oh I need your mother, rather than any of that. Oh yeah. What, did you mention that to me the other day about the bag thing? Someone mentioned to me about the bag thing where they said something else for a bag but not another bag. There was another bag discussion about that, and that's why they're nervous at 7-Eleven. Yeah, that's what I mean too. And you know what's funny about that? I think the store clerk, right, if they see that you're a foreigner, they will probably be ready for it. You know what I mean? So they would be nervous. It's like, oh yeah, but okay, let's remember, there is a chance that if they say this, you know, because it has happened to them, and it's probably going to happen to you, right? But in a weird, like, similar way. So you're both equally nervous, and I think that is almost a purest Japanese situation where both people feel the same thing about their opposing target language. And then when you go into like the nightlife and like the izakaya at night and whatnot, then things are different, because now you have liberties, you know, the restraints are gone. So people make mistakes, people speak mistakes. I mean, who knows, you might find someone who tries to speak English and say something weird in English, but it's a fun time because it's appropriate, right? When you're outside the house, when my parents are doing their business, when they're shopping, they don't say very much, and then my friends will be around, like that's as much as you're gonna get. When you get in the house, there is a chance when they need to loosen up and whatnot, then things get said in both English and whatever target language it is, right? And your mistakes are going to be made in both ways. So my parents would say something like, oh, I don't know, I can't think of things my parents say that's weird. I guess whenever they refer to like a lady friend as he, that happens a lot, but no one bats an eye because they know exactly what they're talking about. So those are the situations, and I hope I get a chance to find those situations in Japan whenever I visit. I mean, my sister probably knows a lot more than I do since she lives there, so we'll let that be the guide. Yeah, Japanese friends. My girlfriend's mom calls her he daily. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That's usually what happens. And my the it takes a while, but my friends would like look at me and say, is your mother referring is your father referring to her? And like, yeah, her. That's it. Like, oh, okay. That's it. Like that's how it works. Because at some point in a personal space, I feel Asians or Chinese people at least are more loose with their tongue, but not generally in the time where most people want to practice their Chinese, right? Like in manners of like transit or something. Oh, you bump into someone on the streets. The most appropriate thing to do is probably look at them, maybe. I don't even think you should make eye contact. You just like bow, but like not looking at them, but looking in the general direction of them. And then you bow, or like you acknowledge that they exist or something, and that's it. You don't even get to say hi. If you say hi, that's kind of weird. Like that. So what do you do as a language learner, right?
はい、アンドリューさんは運転ができます。
You go find when they're a little bit more loose lip. So that's kind of what I mean sometimes when you'd be surprised how learning something about the culture and feeling about the culture. I know I'm preaching to the choir here, Lotus, but knowing about the culture can also enable you to learn the language quite a lot more, because a lot of times people talk about you sound natural, right? To sound natural in a language. Well, you also have to act natural as well to find opportunities to sound natural. So if you're saying that just speaking to a native speaker whenever you can is going to help you sound natural, well, if you approach someone and you're doing like greetings and talking about personal things in a public space, like in front of a 7-Eleven or something, you might sound natural, but you are learning things unnaturally. Like if you're really concerned about natural things, I'm generally even looser than that. But my thought is, like, you see these videos and stuff, and they talk about certain things in certain places. It's like, I can tell you now, when someone goes into a restaurant and they try to like discern what, like, there's this stereotype that happens a lot where like you go into a takeout Chinese restaurant, right? And then you order something, and then the first thing that you hear is someone yelling to the back, and then they're yelling back. And oftentimes people would try to guess what they're saying, right, from the outside, and be like, oh yeah, they're probably like, I probably was an inconvenience. I said that I wanted this and I wanted that. And my parents would be trying to describe their best what the customer wants to the other person. Only they're yelling because that's the typical volume, because it's really loud in the restaurant. The restaurant has a lot of metal, like clanking and stuff while cooking. So we joke a lot of times, like, oh yeah, they're probably talking about how I was like very white and like I needed my sauce on the side and stuff. I know that's usually not what my parents are yelling. My parents are trying to describe to the cook that, oh yeah, make sure this is like, we need this on the side, like don't add too much or something. Whether they listen or not is also a different story, but generally speaking, the nuances are quite deep. I usually joke a lot about when I played on this stereotype just for fun momentarily, when a friend would ask like, what is your father and mother saying so rapidly and so loudly? It's like, oh yeah, no, they're just talking about getting a divorce. Like, it's okay, it's not you. Like, they're just talking about getting a divorce. They're in the middle of a fight. And then I would like smile. I can't keep it. I would smile. It's like no. That's just the way they're talking. They're actually just talking about how great the weather is right now, angrily and very loudly. They're arguing about how nice the weather is. My father thinks is nice is this type of nice, and my mother thinks is a different type of nice. It's just when Asian, when Chinese people talk, they really get into it, even though it's just about the weather. And it's like, oh, well, okay. And then my like mother would laugh, and then my friend would ask something like, now what are they talking about? It seems like they're having a fun time. It's like they're complaining about bills. And my mother is laughing because it's ridiculous. It happens way more than I would like to admit. Yeah, random change of topic. Oh, random change of topic. Bye. Where are you getting random to? This is the top headline from NHK. How much can you read? Okay. So, let me see. Reading. No idea what that is. No idea what that is. Teru. No idea what that is. Something to do. No, I can't. Okay, so all I can tell you is I can read none of the kanji, but maybe I can guess. Maybe something about presidents? Or, I don't know. One kind of looks like Obama. So maybe there's a word kanji for presidents in it somewhere. And then, yeah, none of my Hanzi is useful as well. I see something that kind of looks like can. Maybe can do something or should have done something. Man, no, I don't know any of those. In fact, I probably am more likely to recognize them as Hanzi at this point. It's a question. There's a question. There's an unknown marker. There's a destination, and there's a, you see all the particles. What does the deru part mean? Because? Yeah, I can't read any of that. Obama definitely gives it away, though. And Biden and Obama gives it away. Biden's chance of winning is low. Okay, coming from Obama's group. I see. Oh, that's group. Oh, interesting. Like a party group? And that's where coming from. Oh, is that the word? Oh, okay. That's the thing from... That's coming. I see. Yeah, so if that was the top headline from NHK today, I would probably have guessed it had something to do with the presidential chances. Yeah. To transit information. Oh, okay. And very topical. Thank you. Very topical. And yeah, no. Still a long ways to go. Still a long ways to go. Yeah. Biden's chances. Interesting. Which part is chances? I see where winning is. Is it the thing between Ga? The thing surrounding Ga? Oh, it's that one. Never mind. Okay. Oh, and that's low. Okay. Oh, is that Hakui? Hikui? Sorry, Hikui. For low, Hikui. Hikui. Is it that? Kui, yeah. Hikui. Okay, I just got that recently, and it was describing chairs are low at a bad wedding. So, Hikui, and then probability. I guess that has nothing to do with tabun. Is there tabun anywhere in there, like a read something that's similar to tabun? Transit information. I don't think I have any like reads related to transit info. It's spelled out. Okay, probability. Kanose. Okay, kanose. Okay. Oh, it's a say word. I see. I do like that regardless of how complicated the kanji is, you're able to like translate the things. And then if you translate the things, I still remember all the words and the reads associated with its sound. So like hikui was taught as hikui. So I still know low and hikui. So one day when the kanji comes along, like now, there's a chance it takes less exposure to remember hikui. I'm probably going to remember hikui out of all the things that you mentioned there. Other than I see Biden is spelled Biden and Obama was spelled Obama.
はい、アンドリューさんは運転ができます。
How may I ask, if you go on the NHK site and you swap it to the easy one, how does that change between like the easy and the hard? Like, have you done that before where like you just compare and contrast the easy side? I haven't done it myself yet because I think I'm still a ways out from finding enough particular vocabulary to be reading stuff. It's not too long from now, but like when you're swapping, have you ever looked at the same, like took a screenshot of the same article, like in both? They don't have this particular article on the easy. Okay, so have you tried finding, I haven't done this yet. I was gonna do it in the future where one of the things I would do for reading comprehension is I would take a screenshot. I would prepare the screenshot in advance. I would take an article and I would take a screenshot of both those articles and I would put them side by side and then see if I can like bridge comprehension. So the idea is if I am able to comprehensively read the easier article, how can I use that to describe and form an association with the harder article, if you know what I mean, so that you can develop like advanced techniques. So that's the thing that I've done before with science. When you're trying to like, how do you describe when you're giving like seminars and stuff, how do you describe this event and this phenomenon using specialized language versus how would you do this in a classroom setting? So a lot of times that's what I'm thinking I will probably do in the future with technical reading, because I like reading technical stuff, as in I like reading current events things. So I want to be able to read NHK. So it's great that you're reading news articles, because I think we can talk about these things a few years down the line, because I do enjoy keeping it on top of my topical thing. So if you have a chance, it would be really interesting to hear your thoughts on an article that is written in easy and that same article written hard, if it ever occurs. That would be fantastic. That would be something really academically and intellectually interesting to talk about. Like, what exactly do they think is hard, and how do they circumnavigate making it easier to understand? So then you can associate like, oh yeah, that's an interesting way to put it. And that to me is kind of like me talking if I'm gonna teach genetics, right? And I'm coming from a different background in genetics, and I go to like a high school, and I ask the student, what do you think this means? And then they would describe it in like a way that's like, you know what? That's a great way to describe it. Like, thank you. That kind of thing is what I'm talking about when I talk about the NHK site. There is a lot to be gathered when you can simplify, like not simplify things, but speak appropriately in two different levels. You're not making the idea any weaker or shorter. Maybe that's what the Japanese people do. But for me, I often like to be able to explain complicated things without having to sound complicated, right? One of the mantras that I have about teaching is that teaching complicated things is not the same, like speaking appropriately to teach complicated things is not the same as simplifying things. When you simplify things, you lose the nuance, you lose the complexity. It overgeneralizes the thing when your focus is on simplification. So like telling someone, oh, don't worry, just play the game, you'll get better. That's oversimplifying. It makes it simpler for sure, like it makes it easier to understand, but you are also oversimplifying. You are generalizing to the point where it is no longer a helpful statement, right? Just play the games. Like no kidding, they're just going to play the game. That doesn't explain anything, right? That kind of thing. And I think that happens a lot over time when someone becomes super talented or super great at something. They forget to know how, or they are under practice in how to explain things without either cutting all the corners or not having the patience to do so, or they don't have the vocabulary anymore to do so. Like when someone says like, oh, I can't explain this, it's too complicated, or this is really complicated, you'll know why soon enough. I'm like, okay. I mean, I'll take your word for it, but mind you, that's not teaching anything. You know, it tells me that this person is not interested in teaching, or that they're not very great at explaining things, right? Because it's obvious. If you can't explain it, then you don't actually know the person you're talking to actually know the thing. Sometimes you have to engage in that. And I would love to know how to explain complicated headlines. And you're doing a great job, obviously, Lotus, because you're breaking down the sentences and stuff. You're thinking about it from a perspective of how do I get to the path of getting someone to understand. That's probably why we talk quite often.
はい、アンドリューさんは運転ができます。
It makes me believe that you do a job that you're responsible for other people. Not that being a multi-billionaire and a 3-star Michelin chef doesn't give it away, you know?
はい、アンドリューさんは運転ができます。
Okay.
はい、
はい、アンドリューさん。
アンドリュー。はい、アンドリューさんは運転ができます。
Undo. How'd you guys break this up? Where's unten?
運転
Unten
が
ができます。
できます。
Okay,
3、
son. Have you ever met someone who you had to work with, but they were in a position in a professional background that only concerns themselves? It is very, very different talking to someone like that. I have met quite a few brilliant people in my life, like had the privilege, but they have to do certain things that that are very different, right? Like if you're a leader, like if you're a specialist, it is very difficult sometimes, and it's not a fault of their own because they spend most of their time dedicated to their specialized knowledge. So you have to be understanding that if you speak to that person, sometimes comprehension is like nearly non-existent. Like they know what they're talking about, but you might not know what they're talking about, and they might not be aware of it as well because they have to spend almost like the entirety of their life being that way, right? So it would be natural to be a little bit more sympathetic and be tolerant. Like, can you explain that again? And they're like, what do you mean, can I explain it again? This is as simple as it can get. I'm like, are you sure? Because I still don't get it. You know, that happens sometimes. And you're trying to be as apologetic as possible, but at the same time, you really want to learn from this person. But it's like, man, your lowest output is still not comprehensible to me. I think I've been... that's oftentimes people's encounters of that is usually from a professor to a student situation. However, it happens in the professional field too. Like you meet this incredible person, you think like their work is incredible, but then when you go to talk to them, you might not know if you're going to have a great smooth conversation or you're going to have a very detached conversation where this person says like really brilliant things and you're like, yep. And then when you walk away, you're just like, I can't, like, it's like 30% there. I understood like 30% of what this person's trying to tell me. And then I'm grateful for it. But at the same time, I'm like, man, if only one of us was more competent. Either I needed to be more competent, or that other person, you would wish you were lucky enough to meet a charismatic, like a charismatic and intact like speaker, right? But oftentimes, when someone is very, very good at what they do, they don't necessarily have the time to be like a teacher or an educator. There's a reason why they're not a teacher or an educator, because they don't have enough time to be. So oftentimes, people have this stereotype where teachers and coaches are people who weren't good enough to be specialists. But it's a chicken or the egg question. How do you be a good teacher and an educator? You need to spend time being a good teacher and educator. Being a great specialist does not mean you practice the skills necessary for teaching or coaching. So you kind of one might say, give up that. But honestly, those who love teaching and coaching chose that as a trade-off. So I'm not trying to overcompensate or for being mediocre, but generally speaking, I would classify myself as pretty mediocre at most of my skills, when the point of reference are the specialists, right? You cannot be exceptional at Japanese, like super exceptional at Japanese as a second language, if you're going to give up some of that time constantly talking about how you can teach this stuff using English, for example. Like, if you are a super good Japanese speaker and you spend and breathe your life as Japanese, you're going to have to spend some of that time understanding English again and how Japanese translates to English, because that's where most people start. Or like, that's where a lot of people start, right? A significant number of people. So are you going to spend that time doing that? Instead of studying Japanese, you're going to spend time learning a little bit of Hindi, English, Spanish, French, so that you can use those experiences to help people bridge into Japanese from those languages. Or you go around and say, just move to Japan and learn in Japanese with Japanese and comprehend nothing for 3 years or something, right? That is a choice. That's probably not the choice you made, because you probably have forgotten how you went about it. I'm recording myself doing this largely because I'm probably going to forget how I started at some point, or like it's going to be such a distant past that I really probably won't remember how I feel. I could probably say something blanket like I was probably happy at the time because I'm regularly. Oh wait, what's the word? I just learned the vocabulary for happy today. It's a different happy though. Shiawase? I think it's like shiawase. What's the difference, Lotus? One last question. What's the difference between shiawase and ureshi? Oh, Lotus, you already read my mind, but I was just about to. Because ureshi is introduced in shashinko. So shashinko, I already know ureshi. However, today I just learned shiawase. So can you tell me a nuanced use? Are there nuanced uses of shiawase and ureshi? Okay, shiawase, happiness, good fortune, luck, blessing. Okay. Because I was gonna look this up in the evening. All right. Well, that's what happens when you have to organize a garage door opener and a bunch of problems happened, and then warranty, and then talking to a bunch of people. Okay, now I'm back. All right. Usual daily life of having to translate things. So I'm gonna have to deal with that later. All right, I'm gonna be back. Good to be back.
はい、アンドリューさんは運転ができます。
Okay. 運転ができます。Okay.
ケンさんは赤い車を持っています。
What did I get for dinner? If only that was dinner. That's a little early. Okay. Oh, right. We got motte iku. Yeah. I was here. Motte imasu.
持っています。
Yeah. So, I talked about this earlier, right? Lotus, you gave me that video about motte when that other motte kuru showed up, right? So right now, all they're assuming is that you only use it in this context, in this translation. But we all know, like from what I gathered, right? Motte kuru, motte iku, and stuff. They are special classes, right? They're special classes. So yeah, it's a big rabbit hole. But I'm only going to assume, right now, that motte imasu, right, is gonna be used as mote imasu. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole right now. And then the other one was mote kuru, right? Mote kimashita. Mote kimashita. But we did get the kanji right away for mote imasu. For whatever reason, they decided that this is the mote. but it's the same kanji, so that's good, right? Both like the mote part, they say it's the same. Now, whether it's combined with iku or uru, we don't pretend like we know. I totally get it though. I see what, and also there was I kind of sort of teased and looked into kondemas and how it relates to sundemas. And yeah, I don't know if do they go into that? Do they eventually go into using that with other things? You know, because that's a different thing as well. Like sundemas and kondemas. It's not sumu. It's not off of a tense that I have of sumu and komu. Duo never explain, but you will gradually use it more and more. Okay. And what I mean by that is they won't explain it, but do they show it to the point where you're like, yeah, this makes sense. And maybe using it a bunch and you'll get it. Yeah, okay. So they do, okay. Because so far we have that class, that tense that I saw on a table, that tense for day, like how sundemas, like sumu becomes sundemas, and then komu becomes kondemas, or the relationship between those two. Because I also encountered komu in a different way a couple times now. All right. Anyways, more fun stuff. Ken-san wa akai kuruma o motte imasu.
Motte imasu.
I see. That I see how they went about that. They kind of sort of went with the same way that they did with like Adu and Idu. Yeah. They kind of sort of went with the same way as Adu and Idu. The way they interpret it. So you can kind of sort of relate it to Adu and Idu. Sort of. Okay. Huh. Is this Ken? Yeah. I'll make sure.
生物学
生物学. Oh, I have another question. Butsu. Does Butsu have anything to do with life? Because so far, the pattern here a lot of times is when Butsu comes in, it has something to do with like living, or like a lot of things that deal with categorizations of animal life, plants, and stuff. What is Butsu? I know Gaku. Gaku is pretty. Butsu is the mono kanji. Oh, it is. Oh, it's a mono kanji. Oh, that's just life, huh? Well, what I mean is stuff, but stuff have different types of stuff, right? And I feel like Butsu comes up whenever life is involved, like animals. So like, you know, like dobutsu, and then we have shokubutsu, and then now we have seibutsu. Right, but mono can come up in different ways too, like tabemono and kaimono, right? It's not. This didn't end up being seimono gaku, but you could see it as seimono gaku in some way. So I have often been curious because butsu doesn't quite roll off the tongue, so it's very memorable whenever a something butsu comes up. Ikimono. Oh, come on. All right, never mind. Thanks. So not in all cases, not sure. Yeah, that sucks. It is fun to ask though, since these little funny patterns are what you notice in Duolingo. That's all you got, right? You got like Duolingo things. Suspicious, but no dice, no dice. Heckin' butsu. Oh, you're right. I see. What about the butsu in museum and art? Yeah, an art museum. What about the butsu in that? Is that mono too? Wait, isn't there a butsu in one of them? I've forgotten those because you don't use them very often. Let me see if I remember. Hakubutsu, right? Hakubutsu kan. And kan is a good one. Kan is a designator, but like, is that mono too? Mono too? Yeah, Hakubutsu kan. Hakubutsu kan. Yeah, that's probably mono too, right? Because there's like stuff in it. And then kan is a place. Kan is a place marker, like a very specific nuanced place marker. So Hakubutsu kan. Probably mono as well. Because there are things inside something. I don't know what the haku part means yet though. Hakutsukan. Let me see. I'm looking at the kanji now. It's yeah, I don't recognize anything related to haku at the moment. And then there's oh no, art museum doesn't have one. It's like Bijutsukan. Yeah, Bijutsukan. Wasn't there? Okay, never mind. Suizokukan was the aquarium, so nothing there. I don't know that first one either. Oh yeah, art museum. Yeah. You don't know the haku? Oh, yeah, whatever haku means. That haku.
生物学
Seibutsugaku. Okay. Anyways,
屋
okujo,
上
shumi. Okay.
釣り
Tsuri. And
免許
menkyo. I wonder why they went with menkyo. The sui one comes out more because sui, it reminds me of Chinese. So the sui one comes up way more than, like, in my mind. Sui zokukan comes up as it reminds me of a Chinese word. Associations, right? Associations. Especially leveraging old experiences. Leveraging old experiences is unfathomably powerful, right? Like tsuri. So tsuri is new, but because of shashinko, I already know it's fishing. Tsuri when it was first introduced, because tsuru is to catch or fish because of shashinko. So tsuri would be related. Akai kuruma.
車
Kuruma o motte imasu. Aww, it's a neko. Oh, I can write neko now. Oops. By doing the wrong stroke order. And the funny thing about neko is that It's in Shashinko, but I haven't extracted the writing yet. And it's not Shashinko that I learned it from. I actually learned it from Hanzi. Because this is Mao. I learned this first from Hanzi, and now it's reinforced through Shashinko, and now I already learned how to write it, and I still haven't gotten it. I still haven't gotten the kanji in Duolingo Japanese. What a world, what a time to be, what a time to have different forms of input and association. You know? You know? Oh, you know what? Oh, I can remember mote as well. Because it has the hand and it has the hold. And this looks very suspiciously like the kanji for motsu. Because of Shashinko. Yeah, motsu. Yeah. And the reason why I know motsu is because I know matsu. Because matsu, you just swap out the radical. This is matsu. Yeah, this is matsu, to wait. Yeah, these guys are related because of this kanji here. Oh, and the right is this is the kanji for temple. Oh, interesting. Like otera, like tera. Interesting. Okay. Otera. Okay. Cool. Very cool. Yeah. Yeah, this is matsu. To wait. Thanks to Shashinko. Okay. Neat. Very neat. Okay.
生物学。
生物学。
趣味。屋上。釣り。
You know what's a cool one? When I think about fishing? Nagasuru. No, sorry, Nagasu? I think it's Nagasu. Yeah, Nagasu. Nagasu. I'm still in the process of extracting these. It's a really cool kanji too. It kind of looks like a thing that would flow around. It kind of looks like an octopus with some water on the side. I think it looked... I don't quite know the stroke order, but it kind of looks like this. Something like that. Oh no, wait. I think that's just no, this is turned the other way. So it's like that. It looks like a little squid thing. You'll see this on the toilet everywhere. Oh, right. Flow. Oh, right. That makes so much sense. Nagasu. Oh, no. That toilet conversation we had when I was playing Wagotabi and you were talking about the buttons in the toilet. Oh, no. That's coming back too. Oh, no. We have too much potty talk. We gotta stop talking about the potty here. People might get the wrong idea. Just kidding.
免許
Menkyo. Okay. Alright.
新しい。新しい。
Atarashi. Did they go with no?
新しい。
Atarashi.
彼女。
Kanojo wa no.
は。
彼女
運転
運転が
が
でき
できま
ます。
わ
Oh, just kidding. I forgot the wa again. 新しい彼女は運転ができます。Oh no, 楽しかった。What is this? ありがとうございます。Why is that there? Okay.
ダニエル
ダニエルさん。
さん
Does he? Okay, done.
は
You know, this is kind of why I sort of like both Chinese and Japanese form of question asking. You don't really change the beginning. And you don't... Oh, no. But you do change a lot in Chinese. I kind of am a little bit taken by the Japanese way of asking questions. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just stays the same with an unknown mark. Like oftentimes it stays the same with an unknown mark. Like, the things happen at the end. The business is at the end, but it largely stays unchanged. As opposed to introducing, like, a new word or a new kind. I know I'm a little premature about this, but even in this circumstance, in the English, you would have to consider some things when it comes to, like, turning it into a question. Right, in which manner the question. But when you're thinking about it in Japanese, it's like, well, you say the statement and you still continue to say the statement, only now you turn the tone of the statement around. Right, almost a very Occam's razor approach, a very simplified approach, very efficient. In Chinese, you would have to understand where the interrogative word and how the phrasing implies a question or whatnot. And the English has telltale signs of how it has to be phrased to imply the question. But in Japanese, you know, not so much. You're off for today. Oh, okay, fine. Good luck. Good luck. Take off. ダニエルさんはoh, okay, alright. So, バイクの
免許を持っています
No.
か
Yes. 持っていますか持っていますかダニエルさんはバイクの免許を持っていますか Okay. There's a lot of vocabulary.
マレーシアのスパイス
Spice. Alright, well. Spice works.
スパイス
Spice. 一緒にご飯を作りました。Okay. 美味しいスパイスを使いました。Okay.
ご飯
Wow. What? Alright.
洗濯もできますよ
洗濯。洗濯もできますよ。洗濯もできましょう。It can do laundry. It can also do laundry. Wow. That seems like a very specific phrase. 洗濯もできましょう。Alright. Oh, she can do laundry. Whoops. Just kidding. I just read it, not it is. I was being really non-specific, but alright. That's fine. She can do laundry. Okay. Soji.
掃除
Soji mo dekimasu. Alright. He can also clean, sure.
山口さんはいいパートナーですね。
I guess Solji standing. Oh no, those are old vocabulary words. So it's still dekiru. Still using dekiru. Oh, Yamaguchi-san. Oh, we're throwing back some OG now. Yamaguchi-san wa ii partner desu ne. Where are we going with this? Oh, because they can clean and do laundry or something? Hai, ii partner desho. Sentaku mo dekimasu. We saw that coming. Like, of course you have a nice partner. They can also do laundry. What? Yeah.
カイさんは料理ができます。
Kai-san wa ryori ga dekimasu. Fair enough. And cook? Very appropriate. Oh, that's Kai-san. Nah. 料理ができます。昨日、魚とは野菜を焼きました。Okay.
野菜
Sure.
エリカさんは料理ができます。
エリカさんは料理ができます。エリカ。Okay. I'll take these. Just simple.
彼氏のラザニアが大好きです。
彼氏の Oh, what is it? Like it? Lasagna. Oh my gosh, lasagna. No, that's yeah, lasagna. Oh, hey, that actually works out pretty well. Lasagna. 大好きです。Okay. 彼氏のラザニア。Wait,
彼氏のラザニアが大好きです。
lasagna. That works out pretty well. 彼氏のラザニアが大好きです。Okay. Ooh. That could be misinterpreted, like if you're reading it from left to right, like old like translational trap.
ラザニア
Lasagna.
とても美味しいのでエリカさんのラザニアが好きです。とても美味しいのでエリカさんのラザニアが好きです。ので
とても美味しいので I like it. Erika, where is Erika?
エリカさんのラザニア
が好きです。
が好きです。とても美味しいのでエリカさんのラザニアが好きです。
とても美味しいのでエリカさんのラザニアが好きです。You know what's interesting about this? Node sounds really awkward, like the phrasing in English, like translation in English, but I don't think it sounds that awkward in Japanese. とても美味しいのでエリカさんのラザニアが好きです。Like, I actually like saying it that way. And then adding node, as opposed to trying to think of what it says in English. Like, it's very tasty. So, I like Erika's lasagna. Like, that sounds weird in English, but I feel like it's fairly reasonable. Saying it in Japanese, I kind of like it. とても美味しいので、エリカさんのラザニアが好きです。 I don't know. Maybe it's unnatural. I don't know. No idea. But hey.
とても美味しいのでエリカさんのラザニアが好きです。
彼女のプリンは最高です。
Pudding? 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 Okay. 彼女のプリンは最高です。Okay. Sure. My girlfriend's pudding. Okay. It is awesome. Fair enough. Pudding.
プリン
Pudding. Okay.
生物学、
生物学。
ラザニア、
ラザニア。
趣味、プリン、
スパイス。花さんのチョコレートプリンは美味しいです。花
さんのチョコレートプリンは
美味しいです。花さんのチョコレートプリンは美味しいです。
I got a lot of katakana. Okay. You know, this is talking about a date, but I don't know. I don't know how you feel. It's more like more than a date.
教科書、スパイス、プリン、
生物学。
Just biology stuck in the middle of all these. It's from the specific unit, the class and university unit. The last one.
ラザニア。
洗濯もできますよ。
洗濯もできますよ。
Get more with Super Duolingo.
We have enough breaks. Okay. Table tennis. Oh, hey. 卓球。
卓球、
Way to join the Q club. 卓球。好きなスポーツ。
スポーツ
は卓球です。
スポーツ用品
Equipment?
スポーツ用品
Interesting. スポーツ用品 That's new. Even though that's not marked new. 用品
花さんはいいスポーツ用品を使います。
Okay. Where's Hana?
花さんは
スポーツ用品を買います。使います。
スポーツ
用品
を使います。
いい
花さんはいいスポーツ用品を使います。
花さんはいいスポーツ用品を使います。
サッカーができます。
バスケットボールができます。
バスケットボール、
花さんは卓球ができます。
花さんは卓球ができます。卓球ができます。Oh, interesting. There's an implied play there.
ケンさんはスポーツ用品をたくさん持っています。ケンさん
は
たくさんスポーツケンさんはスポーツ用品をたくさん持っています。
教室用品を持っていです。ケンさんはスポーツ用品をたくさん持っています。
です。
Just kidding.
たくさん。ケンさんはスポーツ用品をたくさん持っています。
Oops. Right.
ケンさんはスポーツ用品をたくさん持っています。
Okay. 用品持っています。
ケンさんはスポーツ用品をたくさん持っています。
用品持っています。
彼氏はゴルフもしますか？
Okay. ゴルフ。Right, we had ミニゴルフ before already. 彼氏はゴルフもしますか？彼氏。ゴルフも。ゴルフ
ケンさんはゴルフもします。
ケンさんはゴルフもします。It's less about a date, but more about the person, but I guess you can infer that they went on a date to do those things. Oh, maybe they're talking about their date itself, like date as in the person, the date. The person they dated, about the person they dated. It's not really talking about doing the things during a date. It's more talking about the date, the person themselves. Their date. Because Ken-san wa gorufu mo shimasu. That's just saying something about your date.
Naomi さんはサッカーが得意です。
Oh, right. Tokui. Oh no, maybe not. No. Tokui. No. I was wrong. It's not E. Tokui is in contrast to E. I thought it was Yoku. No, it's Toku. Tokui. I misspoke during the guidebook thing. Tokui.
が得意です。
Got Tokui desu. Interesting. So,
が
Tokui.
得意です。
The Tokui to be good at something. That type of good. Alright. So we gotta keep in mind E and E in this case. Association with E. Naomi-san wa Saka ga Tokui desu. Alright. Sounds good. Okay. Tokui desu. Okay.
教科書。
免許。
免許。License is kind of tough. 免許。
生物学。
生物学。
ゴルフ。
屋上。
What the heck? Alright. Ken-san no inu. Inu wa surfing. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Yeah? Surfing. Got Tokui desu. Alright. I mean, it's weird. But you could replace no anything, right? But alright, a dog, that's fine. Ken-san no inu wa surfing ga tokui desu. Would you say that sometime in the future? I don't know. Who knows? There's probably something viral about a dog surfing. Who knows? You know? I mean, Ken could be surfing with their dog. I don't know. That's kind of a funny thing that you probably wouldn't find yourself saying.
Naomi
But you can replace Inu.
さん
Naomi-san wa Naomi-san はサッカ
サッカ
ーが得意です。
ーが得意です。
エリカ
エリカさんはthey're going with ski, just ski. Oh, skate. I mean skate.
スケート
Yeah, for ice skating. I still don't know about that. Skate が
得意です。
得意です。Skate. I mean, I feel like there are more than one skate. But I guess defaulting to ice skating is fine.
来週の水曜日。
来週の水曜日。Oh, next Wednesday. Okay, so this is it's kind of like 今週の with the date. So 来週の水曜日. Fair enough.
来週の火曜日のデートが楽しみです。来週
Now we're talking about dates.
火曜日
デート what?
来週の火曜日のデートが楽しみです。の
Wait,
が楽しみです。
wait.
の来週の火曜日のデートが楽しみです。
I forgot all my particles. 来週の火曜日のデートが楽しみだ。Looking forward to it, yeah, okay.
来週の日曜日にまたケンさんに会います。
来週の日曜日にまたケンさんに会います。日曜日また again
辛いスペイン料理。
辛いスペイン料理 I mean that's technically not new. Fine.
スペイン料理。
スペイン料理 I mean that's technically new. But then again, the parts aren't new. Spain, they just put Spain flags on top of the same thing. They might have changed the awning color as well. Spain Dioli, and it kind of reminds me of more of a Tex-Mex place as the base model than. Hey, Spain. I don't actually know what. Maybe it's a cafe. You know, Spain. Maybe their cafes may look like that. Spain. Spain 料理が食べたいです。Samson. Wait. Samson と一緒に Oh wow, that's a big cut right there. 一緒に You know what? I'm kind of curious. Like how Japanese gets page breaks, like line breaks. How do they do line breaks? Because I feel like in there's one thing, you know, in English, the word itself do not get cut in half. Or you can technically cut the word in half and put a hyphen there, but the general practice is to keep the word together. So in this case, it's interesting to think. I gotta look if they decide to cut, because it's kind of disruptive. So like you have Spain, right? Spain 料理が食べました. That's fine. But then you have Samson to, and then 一緒に. But E is cut off by the line break. So it's kind of really abrupt. 一緒に新しいレストランに行きました。行きたいです。 it's just sort of Spain 語料理。
レストラン。
次のデートは20日です。
20日です。Oh no, we just randomly jumped to 20th? Really? We got 1 through 8, 10, and now we're at day 20. Wow. We graduated. Where has the time gone? 20日? Is that what you just said?
20日。
20日? Dang. That's different. 20日. Oh, wait. Oh, that kind of lines up with 20th birthday. 20日. Okay. Okay. 次のデートは20日です。Okay. 20日。
5月20日にまた彼氏に会います。
What?
5月20日にまた彼氏に会います。
また彼氏
5月20日にまた彼氏に会います。
に会います。
20日。
Oh no! They still have the problem. Only it's further down the line. They still have the problem.
20日。
They fixed the 1日, but they didn't fix further down the line.
20日。
Oh no.
5月20日にまた彼氏に会います。
Okay, 5月20日に20日に彼氏
また
彼氏に会います。
5月20日にまた彼氏に会います。
Oh no. Oh no.
7月20日にデートに行きます。
7月20日にデートに行きます。7月20日。
渋谷に昼ご飯を食べに行きます。
渋谷に昼ご飯を食べに、okay, 食べに行きます。okay. 渋谷に昼ご飯を食べに行きます。Okay, I see you.夕ご飯。今週末レストランに何を食べに行きましょう。パスタ。Okay.
パスタ
I like how they recolored the awning to have the 3 flag colors. I forgot. I didn't notice that the first time around. Or the first couple times around.
20日に花さんとデートに行きます。
20日に花さんとデートに行きます。I'm going on a date with the Hana. Okay. 20日。
次のデートはいつですか？
次のデートはいつですか？日曜日に池袋にピザを食べに行きます。Okay, fair enough. What's that one? ハンバーガーとピザは無料でした。Oh, I know where that is coming from. That's coming from the cruise. Or, no, not even the cruise unit. Hamburger to pizza. No, it's definitely coming from the cruise one, I think.
池袋に美味しいケーキを食べに行きます。
池袋に美味しいケーキを食べに行きます。行きます。池袋にたまにケーキを美味しいケーキを
浅草に花火を見に行きます。
母さんは花火を見に行きます。花火 Okay. Don't have the kanji for 花火。浅草に見に花火をOh, hey, speaking of 水族館Honestly, that's a pretty fun date thing. 水族館来月 sea fishes, okay. 来月水族館に魚を
見に
行きます。Right? Yes. 浅草に花見を見に行きます。
浅草に
花火を見に行きます。Okay. Practicing some things. No past tense though. No past tense adjectives. It would be nice to have some past tense adjectives thrown in.
洗濯もできますよ。
洗濯もできますよ。
来週動物園に象を見に行きます。
動物園。来週動物園にwhat is UNT? Let's see if UNT shows up. Or 映画館。来週動物園に動物園に象 Really? 象を見に行きます。Okay. 動物園に見に象来週wait 来週 I'm like wait 来週の日曜日 No Okay. 好きなスポーツは卓球です。
来月水族館に魚を見に行きます。
来月水族館に魚を見に行きます。Okay. 行きます。水族館 Mini. Mini. Sakana. Sakana o. Naigetsu. Tsuri ga daisuki desu. Whoa, what happened? What happened to the daisuki? Tsuki ga daisuki desu. Yoku Yoku blah 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 blah. Yoku Shinsen. Saying su. Yoku Shinsen na sakana o tabemasu. Alright. Sure.
魚
浅草に花火を見に行きます。
Asakusa no hanabi o mini ikimasu. Okay. We're starting to see lots of new vocabulary, but less and less variety of old vocabulary. Not quite the expectation. Asakusa. Mini. Hanabi o. Could throw in famous. Yume na hanabi. Yume na hanabi o mini ikimasu.
7月20日にデートに行きます。7月20日。
20日。20日に。7月20日に。7月20日にデート
に行きます。7月20日にデートに行きます。
Okay.
次のデートはいつですか？
次のデートはいつですか？土曜日に横浜。土曜日に横浜に昼ご飯を食べに行きます。横浜の20日は全然寒くないです。Oh, okay.
花さんは卓球ができます。花さんは卓球ができます。
アンドリューさんは釣りが大好きです。
アンドリューさんは釣りが大好きです。大学の近くのバーが大好きでした。OK。本当ですか？素敵な趣味ですね。
ケンさんはよく釣りをします。ケンさんはよく釣りします。ケンさんはよく釣りをします。
Short。
カイさんの趣味は卓球です。
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 Alright. 15 minutes for some kanji. And then we switch gears. We got right. Namae and Tanoshi. Oh, and Hatsuka.
Tanoshi.
Starting in the middle. Interesting.
楽しい。
Okay. Okay, those strokes are
楽
expected.
しい
Sure.
楽しい楽しい
楽しい
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 楽しい楽しい
楽しい
No, she is really busy. 名前
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 No surprises here.
名前名前
名前
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 I think this might be the first time where...
名前
Oh, no, it's not the first time.
名前
One of the few times
名前
where we have two kanji. No, it happens quite often with counters. Oh, she.
楽
Just kidding. I take it back. It happens very often with
楽しい
counters.
楽しい
But vocabulary words outside of
楽しい
counters. Very less common. Usually it's some
楽しい
standalone kanji.
楽しい
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 Okay, go. Interesting. Namae
名前
and go.
語り
Oh yeah, katari. Oh, there it is. Katari. Yeah. Katari. It was katari. But... Wait. No, I don't think that's right. Yeah, it's not. I don't think so. Irregular akuri gana usage. Oh, it's an irregular. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't. We're gonna take that with a grain of salt right there.
語り
I don't know about that.
語り
Well, remember it, I suppose. Katari.
名前
Namae.
中
Naka.
日本 4
Yon.
語り
Namae.
名前
語りか
Maybe I'll look it up. Or like do a more in-depth thing.
6回
Yokai. Oh, that's not changed yet.
花
Not.
中名前
Namae.
語り
名前前
海
Umi.
7 6
6
回
回
語り名前
Actually, let's find out what happens if I type in language. Okay. Kotoba. Genko. Genko, yeah. Yep. And it's just goal. Yeah. I just go with goal. Oh, but that's... Yeah. It used as a suffix. Okay. Oh, they're both used as a suffix. A noun for speech. Interesting. Yeah, no. Not sure about using katari here. Not sure about that. You know, for half an hour, you're still so tired. Did so much Japanese say? Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine. Yeah, I don't know about katari here.
語り
Katari, but
花
it's fine. Na,
外
soto,
6回
6回、
名前
namae,
語り
namae. Yeah. Off we go.
名
Namae,
前
namae.
名前
Oh my gosh, dude. My pen like triple tapped
Namae.
on the same spot, even though I was trying to like get my
Namae.
pen hand
名前
off to my keyboard. I hate when that happens.
名前
Actually, I really dislike
Namae.
when that happens.
名前
Because there's no buffer in when there's rapid
Namae.
tap. Yeah,
名前
that's actually kind of annoying. Sorry. We're at the end of our lesson for Japanese.
楽しい
And then our Chinese is review. Yeah, I think there needs to be a buffer in design. A tapping buffer designed for strokes. Especially when you're writing. People tend to, there might be like micro movements where you do a multi-tap. So quality of life change would be to add a tapping buffer.
楽しい
Yeah, like I just lifted my pen and I was trying to get my pen into my hand again, and then it already registered a stroke.
楽しい
Although the direction like
楽しい
is fairly lenient when it comes to the lines itself.
楽しい
I think the rapid tapping
楽しい
requires a quality of life buffer. Like a block, actually. A block from
楽しい
multi-tapping.
楽しい楽しい
It wouldn't happen as often on a mouse, though. If people are using a mouse, then that wouldn't happen too often. I'm not sure about tapping on a phone.
楽しい
If people's hands shake that much. I don't actually know how this section is done on a phone. I guess you just swipe. Oh, she. Namae.
名前
Eh. She.
楽しい
Namae.
安い
Yasui.
学校古い名前楽しい
楽しいたのしい
名前
名前
楽しい
名前楽しい
楽し楽しい小さい10回
That's still not corrected yet.
名前安い
名前
前
名前
古い6回名前楽しい安い
い
たのしい
名前
名前
楽しい新しい10回
10
小さい
回Alright. 名前
名前
Okay.
名前
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 名前、
名前、名前、名前、
Right. My. Okay. Namae. Fair enough.
前、
My.
午後、
Gogo.
名前、半、
Han.
口、
Chi. I was gonna say call. Oh.
な、前、
Namae.
前、
前、名前、
A lot sharper now.
前、
My.
車、
Kuruma.
名前、
Namae.
今夜、
Konya.
半、
Han. Okay. Anoshi.
楽しい。
楽しい、楽しい、楽しい、
楽しい。
楽しい、
楽しい。
楽しい、
楽しい。
Vigilance. Vigilance.
な、
Namae.
名前、
名前。
名前、名前、名前、
名前。
名前。
名前、
Get more.
Okay.
楽しい、
楽しい。
楽しい、
楽しい。
楽しい、
楽しい。
楽しい、楽しい、楽しい、
The timer's up, but let's complete the right.
名前、
Namae. Namae.
名前、
Okay. Namae.
名前。
名前、
名前。
名前、
名前。
名前、名前、名前、
Okay. Oh, that's a Rapperino. Rapperino for our Japanese session today, right? Nothing much to say other than, I guess we talked a little bit about that story from yesterday about how someone encountered the meeting of cultures on a plane. Now I kind of want to do some plane traveling just to see the different people you might be able to meet, right? It's been a while. Traveling is interesting that way, right? All right, folks. Always, what is a nice little sentiment? Speaking and sounding natural is a very admirable thing to keep in mind, right? When it comes to language, I'm not so much prioritize that. In my opinion, I kind of like the idea of, yeah, it'll happen when it happens. But you know what? cultural awareness is something else. I feel like there is definitely a lot of things you can kind of pick up, notice if you're very observant about learning a language, but at the same time, it certainly enriches the process when one spends maybe some of their time also reaching out to the cultural understanding of language. It's certainly, learning a language encourages people to explore that. At the same time, perspective is gathered when a deeper understanding sometimes come from some focus or some effort placed towards it, right? I thought my discussion or my thoughts regarding when Lotus encountered the Japanese people on the plane was incredibly interesting, largely because my life tends to involve the coming of East and West meeting all the time. So what can I say? Learning language is great, but it is certainly even more rich and interesting when one is also interested in the culture and origins of that language, right? That little duality where language learning might not necessarily be might make someone become less and less unusually disconnected from a culture, like small talk. Our discussion about small talk, how frequent, where the appropriateness of small talk may contrast with the practice and act and pragmatism of language learning. I think in this case it's very interesting when you can consider that there's often a lack of small talk in your target language culture, right? And that oftentimes I see that far more humorously, like endearingly. You have someone who's very enthusiastic about language learning. At the same time, the culture of their target language often does not engage in small talk, where that opportunity would present itself to use that language. So yeah, can say that having friends in different cultures certainly enables and provides a great opportunity to practice a target language in the long run, right? It's not unique to Japanese. When you have friends, especially ones that are cross-cultural, it leads to a lot of miscommunication, of course. It leads to a lot of misunderstanding. At the same time, isn't that the most memorable things about friendships are? When you compromise, understand how to bridge cultures, that is wonderful. Of course, with that said, it's within your comfort zone. Many, in my opinion, around me are more used to the monocultural lifestyle, of which I can empathize partially. That's yes. If you're one that is skirting between cultures, not saying it in a bad way, but you wear different masks. There's code switching, but when you become really practiced in it, sometimes you don't notice it. And other people tell you that they notice, right? I can't tell you how many times I get it often when I'm around people where my code switching happens in front of them, right? My behavior, my appropriateness is a part of me, but I certainly am selective in the way I behave in different cultural settings, which I don't know if that feels normal or pretentious to other people when they live a life of monocultural normalization. So like, is it me pretending to be like Western and then me pretending to be Eastern? No, not really. Like for me, you behave appropriately. So naturally, when you're learning a language, I often have this, yeah, sure, the mechanics of the language is very important and all, like the natural state and all that, like pitch accent and stuff, like, but I don't think that circumvents the need to be culturally sensitive, right? Like, yeah, you want to it's the funny thing. Yeah, you want to practice Japanese, but going up to a 7-Eleven in the middle of the day trying to practice your Japanese, it can be impeccable Japanese, but the mindset of that is not really the place to practice it, in my opinion. Or like if you were really interested in the appropriateness or the naturalness of language, I imagine then you want to also be natural in their culture, right? So it's a funny thing. I don't think there is bad or good things in it. I find it very endearing that there are two people trying to influence each other based on their social norms that they might not be conscious about, right? Small talk is very, in my opinion, is more towards the Western cultures than they are to the Eastern cultures. Yeah, it's to the point where when I was growing up, I didn't really understood what pleasantries are. I didn't understand the validity of small talk. It's not to say that there aren't any third generation or fourth generation Americans that would feel the same way. Generally speaking, though, I think there's a likely a statistical majority as opposed to like, oh, you know, individual variation and whatnot. Because in a Western culture, like in the United States, there are individual variations for sure. However, I would say small talk is in the statistical majority, probably, in terms of culture. Engaging in small talk is a stranger to stranger normative behavior. However, being raised under a Chinese household, pleasantries are not a normative social behavior. And for better or for worse, it often can come off as seem burdensome or a heightened insecurity. So it's to the point where when someone explains something very complicated and you don't know what's going on, you still nod and do not acknowledge or try to contribute to something you don't understand, right? It's even more so that as well. So when you're engaging a stranger, let's say a visitor to the United States, and they're not comfortable in speaking English, they know not to speak. They tend to do what they can, so smile, nod, and stuff. And when a stranger in another country tries to speak their language, they will still politely probably be very harsh and precise. So you still won't have an opportunity to engage in small talk. That's such a funny situation, especially from the perspective of now a language learner. I don't think these things were apparent to me until I started learning another language, because you start hyper focusing on all the opportunities you can speak to a native speaker, right? Like, for example, oh yeah, you know Chinese, like let's speak together. It's like, well, that doesn't happen. You have to be close friends. Like, speak in the way that a language learner might think is productive. So then you always have that encounter of the mechanics, like, oh yeah, but where do you find someone? Well, you could pay someone like a teacher, and that can be help, or find ways to make friends that would also involve moving or vacationing or temporarily trying up. So that stuff comes up a lot, I feel, and it became a gold standard largely because I don't think it's necessarily the same standard for everything. I think it's sufficient for everything. So it's kind of ideal to have friends in your target language because that kind of is sufficient for everything. However, I think if you're learning English, you can most definitely approach strangers and engage in small talk. Like, a lot of times. Especially coming from this perspective, coming from here. Like, if someone visits the United States and they're individualistically not from a country that forces a lack of small talk or like normalizes a lack of small talk, coming to the United States and then just striking up conversations like at a cafe, like potentially anywhere, a lot of times you'll probably get an opportunity to engage in small talk. However, if you're coming from like East meets West kind of situation, yeah, it's so fun. It's so fun to think about. Like, my first thought is if I go to Japan, I probably won't even be motivated, nor would I even expect myself to engage in any form of utilizing my Japanese language in a public space, especially during a business transaction. So if I go to like a convenience store and stuff, I actually would end up speaking English. Either English or all the your standard, gaijin, gaikujin kind of gaijin kind of thing, right? Or like thank you and please, right? Hello, and that's about it. And then find the appropriate time, which I mentioned, like the nightlife. Find an appropriate time in which small talk would be engaged. So that's kind of my take on it. Or make a friend. I don't know how you go about doing that. I'm not gonna, and I already made a comment about that too. Making friends for the sole purpose of language learning is doing the same as, in my opinion, personally, making friends for the sole purpose of target language training instead of becoming friends first. That's a different story. And it feels like it's a hyper focus on an interest. Like when going to Japan, specifically to use Japanese whenever you can. Like someone who goes to Japan and said, oh yeah, when I went to Japan, I only output Japanese. Like, yeah, that's going to Japan to experience Japan for the sake of patting yourself on the back for using your target language. At least in my opinion. Like if you go to tell someone, what did you do in Japan? And the first thing that comes out of your mouth is, oh, I only spoke in Japanese. That's why I went to Japan. It's like, well, what about the culture? What about the people? Did you even go to places where you were uncomfortable and you had to speak English or speak in your common language? Because that happens too. Japanese people isn't, it's not a country filled with people who are ignorant to your common language most of the time, right? So I personally am biased, but first I think of how to establish friendships and decorum before putting my interest first. So sometimes I can feel my inner conflict when I see people go to a convenience store and start speaking Japanese, and then the Japanese clerk panics and say, oh, you speak English, and they panic, and then there's this misunderstanding, and you have on the one side like, oh, that's kind of rude to assume that a foreigner can't speak Japanese, and or like the whole stereotype, like on both sides of the thing. But in the end, cultural sensitivity is both ways, right? Cultural sensitivity goes both ways. So I go to a country because I know the social norms, in my opinion. I don't want to pretend like I'm Japanese and I know how to native speak, like I'm entitled. Oh, I worked really hard to learn Japanese. I'm entitled to be treated differently. Like, well, I'm a foreigner. So sometimes I can empathize with the store clerk. It's a business hour, they have a job, and they are trained with social norms. So oftentimes there's this like duality between East meets West kind of mentality. And being a product of East meets West, it's kind of difficult not to feel ambivalent, like a mixed bag. If I'm gonna go somewhere, I'd rather go for the culture despite the language. Yeah, the language is cool, but it's so much more than that. Yeah, I get like mixed feelings. Like I understand the passion that the other people want to show. It's like, oh, I really want to get to use my language. Like, let's go. And then at the same time, it's like, whoa, breathe. Remember, when you're going there, I think 50 to 60% of your day will not be presented with an opportunity to use your language. You can do that and then get the response like, oh, you're a gaijin, you're a foreigner, right? Like, because you act like a foreigner. And it's like your language could be really, really great. Like you could sound native, but I think in the end of the day, like if you go to my parents, for example, they're not Japanese. If you go to my parents and you spoke speak the perfect Mandarin or Fujianese, right? You speak perfect Fujianese and Mandarin, but you spoke to them on the streets where they don't expect to be spoken to. And then they get shocked and say, oh, wow, I wasn't expecting you. And then you get offended, right? That happens in social media a lot of times. Like, well, yeah, of course I know Japanese. Like, why are you stereotyping me as a foreigner because I can't learn Mandarin? That kind of like entitlement and like thing, I get it. You worked really hard. At the same time, like learning the language is great. And I hope that when people learn language, they are also learning cultural norms. Because yes, it is culturally normative for other like Chinese people at least to not expect a certain appearance or a certain way of suddenly having perfect Mandarin. And at the same time, they're not like offended as well. It's not normal, and that's great. That's the beauty of the stuff. So not some people do celebrate the shock factor, but maybe a little bit more exploitative. So there's an extreme case for most things online, but I personally prefer that, where two people are shocking each other based on expectations, but at the same time they're mutually respectful. So when I go, I think my behavior will be more reflexive of the culture I'm going into versus my self-interest in executing my own interest. I think part of being natural in language use is also being a natural in understanding the time and place, or it's part of the learning, right? And I know cultural understanding to language learners might not be the same thing. To me, learning a language is also being culturally invested, right? So yeah, my Japanese might take a back seat, like the literal speaking of Japanese might take a back seat because I'm so much more interested in the culture and the people. Yeah, if I go to a 7-Eleven, I kind of expect the 7-Eleven clerk to know English because they probably encounter a lot of foreigners nowadays, especially if I'm in Tokyo, right? If I'm in a touristy spot, I would have to take the gamble. I'm more likely to speak Japanese or attempt to speak Japanese in a less metropolitan place, and I'll try my best in places that you may not necessarily expect people to be like. So you're taking a gamble. You're learning Japanese. You learn Japanese or English because of the social norms of the places you're visiting, right? So I may attempt to speak Japanese in per se a countryside or like somewhere less touristy, and then in like really high foot traffic Tokyo or Shibuya place that tons of foreigners visit day in and day out, there's a chance speaking English is far more resonating than trying to speak Japanese, right? So there's these things to take into account. Saying that you assume certain things because it coincides with interests, that might be a leap. It kind of leads to those funny, it still leads to funny and endearing situations when both parties come out of it understanding a little bit more, right? Like that irony when you think that oh yeah, if you speak really great Japanese people will more likely engage in small talk, right? And my thought is Japanese people don't engage in small talk with people, with other Japanese people. The chances of a face culture to interact with a stranger who speaks fantastic Japanese is probably still unlikely. Yeah. So you gotta make a friend, right? You start with a ritual. Say hello. Maybe if you stay around long enough to be friends with them, you slowly do your natural ritualistic thing. Do a gesture. have common, like maybe you work with them or they're your new coworkers. You start exchanging smaller smaller gestures of productivity, and then you form a relation. That's kind of, at least I'm kind of extrapolating. I'm projecting how quote unquote Asian face culture get through the stages of becoming friends, because I want to emphasize that it's still true online, right? It's still true online. So the chances, like if you take 10 even second gens or maybe native, when you approach making friends with Japanese people, like even online, or maybe like Chinese people, I'm like trying not to say it's always the case, but the ritual in approaching someone and making friends with them would definitely increase when you're not hyper focused on the task at hand, like, oh yeah, I need a language partner. I think you're more likely, in my opinion, to focus on making friends first, like the act of culturally making friends across a culture, than speaking impeccable language. It is nice to have the language and vehicle. Online, I feel tons of people, and it doesn't have to be language learning. I think nowadays, young, passionate, impressionable people who like to get things done have ignored, to some extent, maybe not prioritized, the focus that when you need something, when you need to buy something, when you need to interact with something, right? It involves someone else. Like language learning, the weird thing is, oh yeah, I've done language learning, I've learned this language, I know how it works, and suddenly when that person goes and interact with another person, they treat them like not another human who can think, right? Think, learn, and have a different background. Like all these things kind of go by the wayside. So that's kind of what I mean by what are you learning a language for? If you're learning it to prop your own ego and make yourself feel good, that's perfectly fine. It makes you happy. The moment you go and to use that language or use your skills for something that involves another human being, I think ultimately your success would probably begin first by how to apply and frame that you're interacting with another human being. Because I think a lot of that is going on the internet, where advice, who's right, who's wrong, what are the facts, have diminished the idea that you have dehumanized your interaction with another person, right? Oh, this is what I've been told people should behave like, and therefore you stop paying attention to the person and you make presumptions about the person, right? That's kind of how stereotypes are done or happen, but in a negative, like in a stigma way, as opposed to a proactive way. Like, I have my stereotypes, I have my generalizations. However, I don't treat the other person as though they're not human. So instead, I'm like, you know, I'll find the most appropriate to the best of my knowledge. Then I will meet the challenge at hand, right? I have to remember that there's individual variation. These are human beings, and they probably encounter these insecurities. So let's try to be a little bit more empathetic, right? Oh, hey, here's a language learner. Clearly, I know the right answer. So let me just project all my advice onto this person, as opposed to not even asking what that person is doing. But, you know, for learning. And that is the same situation, in my opinion, or a very similar situation when you go up to a person and say, I'm learning Japanese, be grateful. Right? At least that's how low key my parents sometimes feel, or like I feel when someone comes up and say like, oh, look at me, I learned a lot about your language. And I'm like, that's great, awesome, And in a face culture, it'd be like, I'm so happy for you. It's very good. And then that's it. The transaction ends because you stop prioritizing trying to make friends with that person or being friendly with that person. You were demonstrating and serving your own purpose. So that's mutually understandable. It doesn't deepen the relationship since there's nothing added, right? It's kind of like coming up to a streamer and say, I'm really good at this game. I spent 350 hours on this game. I also cleared, or like, you come up to a language learner and say, I've learned 1,000 kanji in like 3 months. This is the strategy I use. I highly recommend this because this worked for me. And also, I passed JLPT N1 in like 1 year. It's almost like the person is talking at the person and not with the person. So you get that idea, you get that feeling like, so where am I in this equation, right? Like, did you just wanted to tell me what you did because you forgot that you're talking to another person? You're talking at the person, not with them, right? That's kind of the idea. And I feel like sometimes language learning also puts one in that trap. Not that it's like out of poor intent. It's usually not out of poor intent. Part of me is just at Shibuya because it's so touristy and it's glamorized ground level. But just go up to the actual stores and you can get better cultural experience and same tourist vibe. Yeah. Like, I almost feel like it's been stigmatized quite a bit. Like, being a tourist is accurate. Being a foreigner is accurate. You can definitely bridge and whatnot and all that, but don't forget, right? Like, it's not a bad thing. I sometimes people would say things like, oh yeah, but I'm afraid to be identified as a language learner because I've already mastered Japanese. Like, well, I mean you did learn language, right? So there's some reality to it. Like, there are pros and cons of being that. Like, if I walk into 7-Eleven and someone thought me like, oh yeah, let's get my English ready, right? That's cool. It's culturally normal. Glad they are still behaving culturally normal. This is a normal interaction between a foreigner and a native. The last thing I want to do is, in my opinion, humbly, like, it was a video that triggered all this talk from yesterday. You can strive your best to do your best of certain things. It doesn't change reality because of belief, in my opinion. Right? Personally, in my opinion. So what I mean is, if someone sees me as a foreigner, that's because I am. Now, you can do a lot and strive a lot and be proud of all the things you want to do to be a native, like be native-like. I don't think it's a stigma to say, I think it's almost impressive when you can achieve native-like things and you're still a foreigner, right? Because that's the idea. Like, you can spiritually consider yourself as not a foreigner because you are so close to a native person or something. You can strive to be that. If you're speaking to me, I'm more of the idea that I'm proud that there are other people who invest their most time to be Japanese. They're not Japanese. That's how you acclimate to the Japanese culture. That's how you acclimate to Chinese culture. I don't go around like telling my parents that I'm Chinese. I go around and telling my parents know that I'm respectful enough to say I'm American, but I'm also the proud son of Chinese parents, right? And I thank my parents for that, right? You have to understand the cultural sensitivity. My parents sees American. They don't see a Chinese person. It's not a bad or a good thing. It's one of those things. You know what the reality is. Doesn't mean I can't behave like a Chinese person. There's a difference between that. What I am and what I'm doing, two different things, right? And some people might honestly kind of forget that sometimes in their passion. And that's probably the take-home message here. I made it sound really fun. I think it's beautiful when you're like out of your element, the discomfort. I think there's something very genuine about it. It might be my American side speaking, but when two people awkwardly try to navigate each other, it's like kind of watching an anime or like a sitcom in the English, where you see these two people who they're really nice people to each other, but they're like being awkward around each other because they're trying their best to navigate this complicated situation. And I think that's wonderful. It's kind of derpy. I have a soft spot for like genuine human vulnerability. Is that a way to speak it? Yeah, vulnerability. There's something so endearing about strangers and even loved ones, but man, two groups of strangers, and their like willingness to engage in something that makes them vulnerable. It might be because the face culture is very, very tough. Like, I can't even imagine being, I don't know which one's more aggressive, Chinese culture or Japanese culture, like relatively speaking, but being in public is like this undeniable pressure to not be out of your element. So you're constantly pressured to be in your element. And I kind of think it rubs off on people who are learning Japanese. It's constantly like, yeah, you do feel that. You have to constantly be in your element. It's kind of a funny, humorous thing that passionate Japanese learners end up acquiring that mirrors what it's like in a face culture. Like here in the United States, I always like the idea where like, oh, that's okay, you're expressing yourself, right? Like sometimes that's great. Oh yeah, this guy's being straight up, like genuine and straight up, like they're doing their thing, right? Unapologetically, but know when they're being offensive, they apologize. And that's in Chinese culture, at least in my opinion, don't do it. You just cannot ever do anything wrong. And that's what makes Asians, I guess, like Chinese and Japanese people, so consistent, because every day when they go out, their culture is normalized. Don't ever do anything wrong. The tolerance for doing things wrong is paramount to shaming one's own face. I talked about this a little bit way back, where the greatest thing, the asset that makes Asian cultures incredibly aggressively compliant is the fear, the ever fear of bringing shame on your public credibility. Like you walk around knowing that you got to do everything as consistent as possible so that you do not draw attention to yourself, nor do you effectively create wrong and awkward situations upon yourself. You create discomfort and burden to the people around you, even to the point where you might not even ask questions or ask for help. When you do need help or ask questions, it's filtered down to me before. However, growing up in the United States, I've learned that in the United States, at least in a westernized culture, you can ask for help. You can say, please help me here, to a stranger. And sometimes it does work. Not all the time, but it works more often. And you're not burdening some people. Like some people are legitimately more than happy to interfere and go up. And that's kind of the cultural clash, right? Unsolicited advice is a lot more socially normative in a Western culture, solicited advice is predominant in a face culture. If the person didn't ask for help, it is rude or almost disrespectful to assume they need help. And the double edge is that they often don't ask for help if they think they don't need help. So this happens a lot when I'm streaming, because I have back and forths. Sometimes I'm like, no, I'm not okay with unsolicited advice, and then sometimes I'm like okay with solicited advice. So it's kind of one of those things that come at me all the time, because I'm juggling these things, where like on the one hand I kind of know about solicited, unsolicited, that kind of thing. Like, you have to put on a face that you know what you're doing and you can't do anything wrong. Yeah, that in my opinion, at least in minimally, by transition, it's the Chinese way, right? What comes out, like, it's reflected in the image, in the country's image and the government, right? You cannot bring shame or like, do not err in any way, regardless of what it is. You're trying to keep a public image. It's true for Koreans too. In fact, there might be an argument that Korean face culture is even stronger. Like, their monocultural image is so strong that their xenophobia might actually be the strongest in Korea. So you gotta, the question is, do you want to play along when you're in their country? I usually am the person that I embrace my face culture, heritage, and when you're in Rome, you do as the Romans do. Ironically, I pick a cultural center point that isn't Western, but you know, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, right? Well, that's a fun little exit story for today. That's what I talked to Lotus about quite a bit. Lotus bumped into some Japanese people on a plane, I think in Texas or something, somewhere in the United States, and I thought that was a perfect, it's almost picturesque what it's like to interact, having two different people from different cultures interact serendipitously in a place. And I think it's magical, especially when two people, both sides, are willing to go out of their comfort zone. In this case, I don't think so. I actually think Lotus went out of his comfort zone because it's natural for him being Americanized to go out of his comfort zone, to initiate. And then I think the foreigners, the Japanese people, were acting very decorum respected. They were trying to keep their face, so they spoke however they be respectful as much as they can, and then politely use very short responses and precise responses in order to not engage particularly in small talk. Meanwhile, if it was from a different, more westernized culture, I could see myself, like, I bumped into a bunch of strangers before when I was traveling, and I would have the conversation with them through the entire flight. You know, they're just somehow, by the time the flight ends, we're practically best friends. So it is just a very different perspective. I think the odds of that happening, if it comes from a face culture, is unlikely to happen. You do not suddenly become friends all of a sudden through like chit chat and small talk serendipitously in a once like an hour in a meeting on a plane or something. That is a cultural difference. At least that's my personal anecdote. And I don't want to sound like everyone. Like, I'm not saying it's everyone. I'm saying it's more likely that is the case. Yeah, so go out there, take risk. Even if it is, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Embracing your inner Western culture has its endearments. I still enjoy people going to, provided it's a learning experience, right? No harm, no foul, that kind of thing. Lots of learning experience. I still enjoy people going to 7-Elevens and seeing them, how they navigate the 7-Eleven situation. It's often 7-Elevens, like convenience stores and whatnot. I've been in food service. It's been weird before. I've been asked, like literally yesterday, I've been asked when someone asked me, like, why doesn't your parents teach you Chinese or something? Or why doesn't your parents? I'm like, that's kind of a weird question. I answer that to the best of my ability. Yeah, I literally, it's kind of interesting because I got asked it twice by two separate people, where they're like, why are you learning the language on your own? Why don't your parents teach you? It's like, that doesn't happen very often. If you knew the cultural settings, which I don't expect to, it's not a normal thing to happen. Especially in a Chinese family who did not grow up in China. It's very pragmatic. You learn the language of the people that's most useful. So I learned English. And my parents cannot teach me English. They didn't know English. Right. Okay. Thank you much. And all to the Japanese learners out there, continue to stay passionate, right? Find the appropriate time. Make a Japanese friend. I'm still working on that. But I still got people like Lotus. So I'm grateful for whatever I can get, right? That seems like an incredibly rude question, honestly. It is to some extent. However, I had the question so often that it's kind of like the 7-Eleven clerk. It can be seen as rude, but it's happened so often in my life that you come to expect it, right? And on the flip side, because I speak American English, actually, instead of even asking if I learn another language, someone assumes I only know English. I'm so curious, if I spoke British English, would they assume I only know one language? You see what I mean? Because it's, you kind of know where that stereotype is coming from. You know, and I'm going to tell you now, it is actually a thing. There is a predilection for people when they hear a British accent to think that the British person speaks more than one language than a person who has an American accent. Right? There's some deep cuts in there somewhere. So knowing all of this, I get less offended. It's hard to get offended when you have perspective on things. Whether they were trying to be rude or not, I think it's sometimes largely an innocent question. And the one that isn't ignorant, in my opinion, not for a bad or good thing, I think the one that has the information can be the one to not make it into something, right? Like, instead of being offended, perspective has this wonderful way of seizing the opportunity. It's like, well, let me explain why my parents didn't teach me Chinese. Chinese people are incredibly pragmatic. They moved to the United States to have a better life. And what is necessary for a better life is an execution of American English in the United States of America. So naturally, like becoming really, really good at Japanese, I must become really, really good at English. That's how Chinese people handle things. You cannot make a fool of yourself in English if you're in a country of English speakers. So learning Mandarin now is still optional because I know English. But I choose to do it because I'm an American. Ironically enough, the only reason I would say that I'm learning Mandarin and Japanese right now, ironically, is because I'm American. My parents would say, why are you wasting time learning Chinese and Japanese when you're not going to use it for your career in the United States? Do you plan on living in Japan or China? If you do, then I understand why you are learning those languages, right? But that's kind of the really funny little deep cuts of life. You got to take it from the perspective of what my parents think. My parents are Chinese people. They are incredibly pragmatic. Why are you learning a language in which the country you live in does not normally speak that language, like statistically, right? Why are you learning Japanese when 99.9% of native speakers are in Japan? My parents would probably ask, like, are you gonna move in? Are you gonna move to Japan with your sister? That's probably the first thought they would have by asking, like, because they're looking for a pragmatic reason why I would learn Japanese. And now I do have one because my sister lives in Japan for the time being. So I don't have to answer that question anymore. Okay. All right. That's enough story time. All right, guys. Keep on learning. Find your motivations, right? East meets West. It's so beautiful. Honestly, it's like oil and water, but it also is like salt and pepper at the same time. Like one that is not like the other, but sometimes you can make oil and water work, and you can make salt and pepper. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going. Salt and pepper seems like they go together, but they're also very different, you know? Right? You'd be surprised how many people just salt their foods and not pepper their food, and then vice versa. But it's kind of one of those things. It can go together. It seems weird, but there's a chance it can go together. I like to believe that I'm not beating myself up. A deep cut for another day. It is very common for diaspora of West and East culture where the second gen decides on picking West or East because their value systems collide a lot. Instead of navigating both at the same time, products of diaspora often decides predominantly to embrace one or the other because of these opposing forces. There are things you can't have both. You have to act in both situations. So lots of second gen either choose to be more westernized. In this case, we're talking about Americans. They might choose to be more American than they are. So that's kind of a whole different topic. All right. Mata ne. Mata shita. Ja ne. To all the Japanese people out there, or Japanese learners. If you're going to watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right? I'm going to get up, stretch. We're going to switch gears to Chinese. I'll be right back. Thanks. Oops. I might have coughed into the mic. All right, folks, welcome back. It is day 100. 100. It's day 51. All right, I had to resolve some things, but it is day 51 with Duolingo Chinese, right? We are in the review phase of preparing for our review, and I'm gonna say we're gonna do it on day 53 tentatively. It's gonna be day 53 or 54, the offset of the 3 days, right, to give my time some breather. So I'm in the process of collecting my thoughts and making the review a little bit special and different from the Japanese one that I just did yesterday. Imagine what would be in day 100 in 100 in Chinese. I know, right? Just imagine. So many characters. This time around, we have like over doubled the characters. So we went from somewhere around 120 to around 350. And we got to do something new too. So I'm brainstorming how I'm gonna add a little bit new things, because there's still room for retention. We did change up a lot of new things this time around, so maybe I might not add something new, because the course itself actually did change in the middle of it, and I was adapting the schedule thing. So we're doing 2 times 3 times the volume, so 6 times the volume that we were doing in the first 25 days. The first 25 days we were responsible for just the unique character, and we have transitioned in the second 25 days to writing all the vocabulary words using all the characters at our disposal. So it's like imagine if the Japanese kana, instead of learning the kana first, the hiragana and katakana, you are learning all the kanji first, and then you're remembering all the kanji reads on its own. So it's a different take, and it definitely makes the perspective very different, so the approach becomes very different. My approach to writing and sounding and acquiring kanji and kana is in stark contrast to the way I'm approaching Hanzi and then retroactively learning pinyin, right? Such a wonderful nuanced way of adapting in real time. At least I get the opportunity to show at least how I would go about tweaking and defining things that I do know how to do, and then adapting and refining the ways I would adjust to the nuances and differences. Hanzi is a different beast, and I love it for being different. I honestly do not thrive in learning if I keep constantly using the same thing. So it's been a great, wonderful challenge that we've gotten to past day 50 now with something entirely different. No, that's actually very different. I'm glad Japanese does it with the kana first. Kanji is much harder than I remember. Yeah. So I like the way Duo is doing their approach. It's slow, it's steady. It focuses primarily on the sounds first, and I kind of like that. It kind of sort of mirrors the most effective way to kind of get engaged with English too. But you're not about reading the words per se, but more like getting used to how they sound and then trying to place something. And then kanji is that extra layer of nuance. Like, what I mean by that is I kind of see where they're going with that. So like, for example, just a short digression. Like when you tell someone, this is wood, right? Wood. Right? And then instead of saying this is what the word is, it's WOULD, you're more saying the sound is wood. So if you can imagine the wood. I know this doesn't translate completely, but the idea is the engagement is there. Like, oh yeah, okay, wood, okay. Then you go and do something like, this is could, right? I know you're gonna say, but what about those words that changes and stuff? But I'm talking about the form of engagement, like the process of engagement. You're thinking about sounds first, putting a letter or thing to it, and then you begin to distinguish all the nuances, right? Then you can do something like, oh, this is night, right? And then you have something like this, it's like, okay, so that's blight. But then this is 8, right? The thing is, since you're focused on the sound a lot of times, in my opinion, for English, because it's a conversational like take, you're gonna be like, oh, okay, well this is different. It's 8 instead of night. Now you know 2 things. You know 2 sounds. So now you know night and 8 as a foundational word. So then when you go and see this, you're like, okay, so it could be white or it could be wait, right? That's not the right word. I think I misspelled that, but you know what I mean. Like, you're categorizing, you're building up your sounds, you're building up the sounds. And I think that's the Duolingo approach to Japanese. And in Chinese, it's like that too. However, their writing system is different. So I'm adjusting to their writing system. Like, you know, what is the sound, right? What is the sound for k? Right? What is the sound for k? And you're going to have more characters for k. But like, what is the sound for k? There might be multiple characters for k, right? However, it's still taking the approach where, okay, there's that sound. Now you're accounting for all the reads of that sound, and you're building up that. And I kind of see where they're going for, because that's, in a way, it's interesting that that's one of the most engaging ways that English speakers have acquired their language, and not even dissimilar to when you're young. That's kind of the most one of the most interactive things, provided you have hearing as one of your primary things, because deafness is a thing. So this is talking about someone who is healthy biologically, like the average. Hearing is a really great component to language acquisition. So especially early on, when writing is constructed after, right? Tend to be constructed after. So it's not dissimilar to that as well. And that's kind of their science-based approach tends to be something that is focused on child development, like early acquisition. So that's the approach they decide to pick, whether you like it or not, right? So you don't have to use their product, but that's kind of reminds me of that. That's why Duolingo kind of makes me feel young again. I said this before a couple of times with other people. The way Duolingo is providing me to learn, it's old hat. It's part of like what reminds me of school. It reminds me of going back to high school and doing those things. It's ironically not something bad to me, but it is bad to a lot of people. They often feel like, well, I'm not a kid anymore, so I can't possibly like appreciate or want to learn like a kid anymore, and that's perfectly acceptable. I kind of like the experiments of trying to, oh yeah, let's do some rote memory tests, and let's do this stuff I haven't done in so long. Usually it's about shortcuts, rules, patterns, right? right? You got especially rules. Rules would be grammar, structure, right? Advanced stories, in-depth contexts, explainers. That's actually very similar to how I had to approach Korean. It gives you base syllable sounds and gives you situational exceptions. Yeah, it's giving phonetics and bat, cat, hat, mat, learning. Yeah, that's kind of the Duolingo approach. And it's also how children often respond incredibly dynamically. And if you're in any language, it's not really that big of an exception, right? They form the associations, then they find the disassociations. It's like, oh yeah, bat, that reminds me of cat. So we're gonna stick with bat, cat, and we're gonna stick with at until it's not relevant, right? Until it's not relevant, then we remember the exceptions. That's how Duolingo goes about it. When we get older, though, somewhere along the line, all that vastness of information begins to blur together. So at some point, I feel now people are conditioned when they get older to look for the differences, and they're constantly looking for the differences. So then the differences are more likely to take priority in the learning. So how is bat different from cat? Well, it starts with a B and cat starts with a C. So then you kind of hyper focus on the differences, right? And then the major complaint is, oh, these are too similar, I might get them confused. Well, you might get them confused not because you're unfamiliar with them. That kind of happens when people associate the difficulty with not being familiar. But a lot of times it's what you're practicing. Are you looking at the similarities and the differences and practicing them, or are you strictly focused on the differences? And oftentimes when I think of language learning, the major concern that I get a lot of times, or people at me, is that, just listen, Sub-Zero, don't you put the fries in the bag. The major difference between the question I get asked a lot is, oh, if you're learning Chinese and Japanese, are you going to get them confused? I'm like, what do you mean by you're going to get them confused? It's like, well, you know, if the Chinese use the same characters as a Japanese, when you get the meanings confused, like, you mean like they naturally associate with each other, so it's easier to remember for me, right? Because I practice associations, I don't practice disassociations. And then when they're disassociated, they're strengthened. As in, like, if they're different, oh yeah, I agree with you, it would be easy to remember them because they're different. But if they're the same, it still helps me remember them because I notice the subtle differences, right? Like, similar things reinforce each other. So then you make less effort in reminding yourself of that thing. You remember the exceptions, right? That's how you form associations. So what's the association between 名字, you know, 名字 and 名前? It's the left character. It's this character. This character is Ming. And this character is also Na. Right? So this is Ming and Na at the same time. That's kind of how, at least I see it. And Duolingo does it this way. In fact, I would love to see what happens if I turn my common language into Chinese and learn Japanese, and then turn my common language to Japanese and learn Chinese. But instead of that, the next thing I'm probably going to do is turn my common language into Japanese and learn English and see how much it differs, right? So the perspective is like that, where it's not about whether they're too similar and then you get confused, is if you practice association or not, in my opinion. Some people don't practice association, so they only associate when it's out of convenience, and it's an inconvenience when they're similar and you don't pay attention to it. So I get it, you can get these two mixed up. Like the natural question is, do you accidentally read this as na or ming? So if you're learning Japanese, do you accidentally think of Ming? It's like, well, I don't accidentally think of Ming. I literally think of Ming. But I also think of na in front of namae, right? Awkwardly, maya means front. And mingzi. So the difference is now you know the difference as well, right? Mingzi uses this character, but namae uses this character for the second part. So now you know the similarities, which is associated, but you also know the differences. And that is hard to forget, in my opinion. This is very difficult to forget. Not because you only knew that Mingzi has Z and Namae only has Mae. Well, how do you remember the other character? Sometimes you forget it because it's the one you don't want to focus on because it's similar. That is ignoring half the things. That's like pretending and not to practice things that you don't want to practice. That is a working based on selective bias, and I typically am a stranger to this. I don't usually neglect and dissociate information. There's more information here. Make it useful. At least in my opinion. Anyways, that's a slight digression for the beginning because we're kind of in a review state. We're not gonna review the vocabulary. Let's review the vocabulary. We have time today. We'll spend the next 30 minutes reviewing the last 2 units. One last time. And hello there, Sub-Zero. How are you? What are you doing today? What are you doing today? Oh, never mind. Oh, I get the phrase now. Never mind. I was gonna ask you something in Chinese, and I just realized, no. This is fine. I don't want to. Are you slacking again? Are you done learning Java yet? I mean, sorry. Are you done learning C yet? All right. I do finally love these sections of Chinese non-ironically. Okay. Well, I appreciate your company as always, player. Unit 12. Okay. So describe your family. Okay. My hand is okay today. Nope. This thing stuck out way too far. It's fine. So, 妻子, 妻子, wife, 妻子. Okay. Oh. Okay. We have 丈夫 Jonghu. Jonghu. Husband. Right. Niar. Daughter. Arts. Son. Been going over some nostalgia games with your brother all day. Right now, just studying, not C this time though. Okay, alright. But what are you studying? What are you studying though? Oh no, I think I forgot the left radical. Oh no, I remember the left radical. We're fine. Heize. For children. Heize. And other members of the family, right? Other members of the family. Oops. Ugh. When you mess up one stroke, you mess up all of them. Mao, the cat, right? Other members of the family. Gao, the dog. Gao. Oh wait, I missed a stroke. Just kidding. Wait, was there a stroke there? Oh, I'm gonna have to check. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check Gao. I'm not sure if there's a stroke there. Gao. Okay. We'll have to check that. Trying to build up my resume by doing some home projects right now, trying to make a custom PCB. Oh, okay. Feels like everyone nowadays got so many projects on their belt. Well, I got close to none. Gotta catch up, I guess. Custom PCB. I like it. I like it. Are you should record yourself doing that, and then so I could see it. Come on, Sub-Zero. Where's the interactivity? I want to see you make the PCB. Where's my data at? I'm just kidding. No pressure. I suppose you can always take a picture of it in its different stages. You gotta be proud of your work. Okay. So other members. 방요. 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 Sorry, 방요. Yeah. 방요. Angyo. Angyo is friend. Okay. I need to get a little bit more on my... I'm staring at that dog, Gao. I'm starting to have second thoughts. And this little thing, I don't know why. I need to rewrite this again. Kind of looks weird with that one stroke. Okay. We gotta look for modifiers. Modifiers. Ji shui. Non, like non-朋友. And we have 女朋友. It will be a boring stream, so many hours screwing around in the software. That sounds like a learning experience. Are you low-key telling me that what I'm doing is boring? Because what do you think I'm doing? Spending hours screwing around trying to remember characters. So 男女 sway. Oh. Because here there's steady learning progress. What? Screwing around software, you learn things. Come on. How dare you say screwing around software means you don't learn anything? How dare you? I'm just kidding. I'm being a little... I don't know why. I think whenever you started the mood, the vibe was set when you said put the fries in the bag. Now I'm just being sassy too. My bad. I frankly don't really know what I'm doing, so I'm trying to take inspiration from other similar projects, but I get so stuck. Okay. That sounds like the life of that, really. I'm gonna... Here's my two... I want to volunteer a personal share. That's kind of how I feel when I start an experiment. Or like start to plan out an experiment or write a thesis. The moment's like, well, I know all this information, but I have no idea what I'm going to do. And then you start writing the methodologies, like, I have no idea. Well, let's just go and see. Let's just go and look at someone else's technique. It's like, all right, I guess I could start here. I don't really know if it will work or anything. Like, so you start somewhere, right? And you get stuck. I totally know how that feels. Especially, and then you finally get an experiment going. And then it comes back with like some negative data and you're like, I'm still stuck. I don't know where I'm going. Well, let's go and find inspiration from other similar projects. No. Sub-Zero, welcome to the life. Welcome to the life of an academic. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. I hope you find that inspiration soon though. I called it the desert wandering. Desert wandering. You get stuck on a desert and you wander for the oasis. I used to make that analogy where someone just threw you in a desert and go find the village now. you either get stuck in the desert forever and pass out and die from dehydration, or you find a source of water. Or you know, your mentor comes in a chopper and picks you up and takes you to the oasis or the village, right? I know, right? Uni has kind of conditioned me to be comfortable with the unusual sample set problems, but actually designing something yourself, yeah, I get it. Yep. Yeah. I just talked about that when it came to language learning. Like in an adult mind, oftentimes the most comfortable thing that people tend to end their like academic setting, like in a thing, is to think about all the usual sample sets, and then keep in mind all the exceptions, right? But then it's very difficult to think outside at the moment. Yeah, because you haven't done it yet, and that's perfectly reasonable. Sub-Zero, like, embrace the idea that you haven't done it, and then get started. It's basically starting learning a new language. You just have no idea what's going on. Let's just do something similar than other people. Well, I started with Duolingo, and people hated me for it. Oh, dare a project to create from scratch from patch code I interpreted from someone else. That's a great example. Sometimes it can be serendipitous, Sub-Zero, when you start doing, and then you get an emergent property that other people come up with. Like, for example, what I'm doing now, it's a pure coincidence that a lot of the things I'm doing is also something that reminds people in the gaming, in programming. Speaking of programming, if you ever watch Thor, right? Pirate software, you'd be surprised the way he describes things diagrammically, and then he pulls up like a notepad and uses mouse to draw diagrams and explain something on the complexity of understanding a language, and then creating a bigger product out of their creativity by assembling a language. What does that sound like? Like, that kind of sounds like software development. But language learning there's a lot of parallelisms to it. And if you're engaging and being able to explain the concepts of the language and how you construct with the language, then yeah. And I've had that comment made before, and it's a pure coincidence. Just for the record, it's a pure coincidence. I know about pirate software now, after the fact, but I've been doing this type of constructive dialogue forever. That's how you start experiments. That's how you create hypotheses and, you know, critical thinking. It begins with this. So welcome, in my opinion, Sub-Zero. We love Thor in this house. Yeah. Welcome, Sub-Zero. I think the one thing you'll probably, if I'm bold enough, if you are going, and I believe you will be successful as in your pursuits, because this feeling that you have now is almost constitutive for the rest of your life. If you're one that is going to be a creator, that's basically it. Yeah, welcome to critical thinking. I felt like I did this. No, it's more like I'm proud. I feel like how do you say it? I feel like you're finally starting your journey, and it's more like a serendipitous, like, welcome. Like, I know we're a generation apart, but now you've can finally do the thing that you've built your life around. You're going to create, Sub-Zero. That's kind of how I see it in my vision. When someone says they're stuck, now that they have to construct something, like they're finally at a position where they're tasked to construct something, right? Something that synthesizes all of their experience. That is the graduation point. Is the point where you're going to create something in your image, with the inspirations and the abilities you have to this point. It's slow going for sure, and it's always going to be slow going in the beginning, and then you reach a flow state, and then you start a new project. It's slow going, you reach a flow state. Some people in my opinion, are non-academic, not better or worse, they're perfectly happy with starting something, keeping it going, and then that's it. They never repeat the process ever again. You're, in my opinion, in a career in which that's not going to happen. It's going to be, you make something, it's going to keep going, and then it's good. Now you go back to the drawing board, and now you're going to create something again and repeat the process. That is effectively, in my opinion, the difference, for better or for worse, for your desire or not. If you want to be a creator and you're in a profession in creation, this is the most vivid part of the experience. The flow state is barely like a blink of an eye. Like when you're in a flow state, you don't even know time is passing. Like it just goes. Time just flies across and things get done. However, memory dilates when one is stuck, right? So I remember vividly all the problems I had with my PhD experiment. I rarely remember all the times I spent collecting data, because the data just, you spend a lot, like, and the reality is I spent disproportionately less time stuck than actually doing and carrying out the experiment. It's the time it takes to carry out the experiment far exceeds the time to conceptualize the experiments. So I want to make it sound, I don't want to make it sound like you should be happy for this, but I also want to kind of encourage you to know that this probably won't be the last time, and finding ways to get yourself to be happy and like, oh yeah, I'll just go and get into my mental space and meditate on new ideas. You build a lot of those over time. Like, where do I get new ideas? Well, I could do like 60 or 70 different things to try to get new ideas. And this is the beginning of that journey, at least in my opinion. You will become, the more frequently you create more and more projects. I think that's what a portfolio really means, Sub-Zero. It's not necessarily the end product, in my opinion. Yes, the end products are great. Like, it might be fantastic and that's great, but it also demonstrates that the volume of the end products and the variety and the discipline, the multidisciplinary part of a person's portfolio demonstrates that they can gain experience and inspiration from many sources. That's kind of like looking at the portfolio of an artist or a designer or something. The idea is you can rest assured, if they were able to get the end of all these different types of experience, like projects, they had to go through that process that many times, right? Unless you AI generated and copyright and plagiarize the work, then yeah, that's a thing too. However, we're not talking about the really extreme cases. We're talking about the people who, they look at the portfolio and say, you know, this part, it looks weird. It's not like all the others, but I like it because you took initiative. You see what I mean here? So when a portfolio executes on different initiatives, different multidisciplinary things, that's an initiative of the person. So in my opinion, you're not necessarily doing something you have to per se. You're trying to flex as hard as you can, and this is your opportunity. Don't get stuck on flexing. Or at least try not to get stuck on flexing. This is your opportunity to flex. So build those projects, flex as hard as you can. At least that's my opinion. And it goes back to like my main mantra. Stay creative, right? Stay creative. For better or for worse, there are duds There are not duds, but if you track them and you understand and learn from them, they go in the portfolio. They go in the portfolio. They're your projects. Failed projects, successful projects. If they constantly provide iterative reevaluation and innovation constantly, you can start with a terrible project in your portfolio and then show a project 10 iterations later. That is the selling point of a creative intellectual. So I have no problem showing what my artwork looked like when I first started, because I know where it leads. So that's kind of the thing. And I love school for that too. School makes it very vivid. They're gonna constantly remind you where you started. So go out there, and that's kind of like content creation. If you think you have a passion for content creation, this part is probably the most exciting part at the long run. Coming up with a new idea should be like breathing air, but it takes time to start, right? Most things, a skill is not practiced or well rehearsed until you actually start doing it. So the first one is probably going to be the most toughest, I would say, but it's so rewarding. It almost feels like the first one ends up being the most rewarding a lot of times. Yeah, that's what I mean by welcome. Welcome to your new life, right? This is the time, this is the moment that you get to start making things. It's a privilege I think a lot of people don't want, and also a lot of people who don't have the privilege to do so. There are people who want to be creators, but for whatever reason, their circumstances and their psychological dispositions and all that stuff, they choose to believe that they are not creators, right? Rightfully so. And then there are other people who choose never to do that because they don't enjoy it at all. So be a creator. Then we can be creators together. It was my favorite part about science, trying to solve a problem. You're going to get stuck, but sure as heck, the fun part is trying to solve the problem. No, solve it. I'm just kidding. That was a little aggressive, but really, I hope you find your inspiration and your muse at some point. I might not know anything about software development or designing a PCB. However, I do really know if there's someone that can give you the pep talk. Knowing nothing doesn't mean you can't help someone along the way. So that's pretty much my way of doing a pep talk for creative people, right? Because it is tough. It is tough. The box is very big sometimes. All right, let's get back. Oh, do I remember anything else after that digression? I hear you though. I can't say it's the first time I've been in this position, but this time is definitely very overwhelming. Yeah. I would say it would be very bold if it was like the very first. I think you could go way back, like when you learned your name. If the first time you learned your name, that's something new too. Hardest part is because there's so much to do to it. I don't really know where to start, where to look. Yeah. Nowadays, because of the internet, right? And you're probably experiencing the same thing now because of the internet. Everything seems like there's so much to it, and you really don't know where to start. You know what I mean? And then so now people are constantly hyper focused on finding someone who can just tell them what to do. You see what I mean? Like now, the conditioning is okay. I'm just gonna look up the most reliable person and hope that they just tell me what to do, like where to where to do, because I don't want to look at this information anymore. There's just too much information. It's understandable. It's I can empathize with that. Stop being a wuss. Sorry. Like, stop being a wuss. Just know everything. Says the internet expert. Alright. Enough delay. So say 一次 Oh, yeah. Mao Gao. Young Fu. Xing Man 一点 Oh, no, wait. Yeah. 一点 Yeah. 行慢一点行慢一点 Why is the kanji section different on mobile than desktop? Oh, it is? Oh, that's interesting. Can you explain to me how it's different, Claire? I haven't looked at I should really download the versions. I'll be out of town. It also feels like whenever you try to dig for something, it turns out there's more to it than you thought, so you gotta dig even deeper. Valley of Despair. Welcome. The more I learn, the less you realize that you actually know. The Valley of Despair. Sub-Zero, you are truly and wonderfully so deep into the Valley of Despair. You're just getting in there. Or rephrase, the more I know, the dumber I feel, honestly. Yeah. Were you here when I talked about the idea, or at least someone tried to counter argue me on this? But with new knowledge comes more question, and with new knowledge, your world expands. So it often disproportionately increases the amount of awareness you have versus the actual nuances you know. It's one of the dualities of wisdom. And some people argue that there might be finite knowledge of something. So when you conditionally, selectively put yourself in a box and determine what the limits are. This was a video on like knowledgeable boundaries, like the boundaries of knowledge, or like, are there finite knowledge, conceptual finite knowledge? And I was making the argument like constructively, if one occupies the space that they're observing, usually the only way there's something that perceives as a limit of comprehension, like you can be comprehensible, like comprehensive in a discipline, is that your box, the limit you have constructed, has limits. So if you're an intellectual that appear in a way that you're not concerned about the limits and you're more concerned about the knowledge you have with respect to all the knowledge that's the lack of knowledge that is related, then every time you learn something new, there in a mortal's life, in one person's life, there is enough knowledge that will keep you thinking that as you learn more, you are less and less knowledgeable. That, to me, is the perspective of an enlightened person. So I don't think you are becoming dumber as you're learning more Sub-Zero. You are still learning more, but you're becoming wiser and more acceptant that you are enlightened. It's an enlightened position to be able to feel comfortable in the idea that the more you learn, the more likely you'll feel like you have more to learn than you have just learned recently. Okay, that, to me, requires a very type of special person. And those people, in my opinion, are not the most common type of thinkers. And they don't have to be. You have to be happy with that type of lifestyle. Many people live the rest of their life in quote-unquote ignorant bliss, right? And I love that too. Sometimes I go back. There are things I choose not to learn more of. Like, for example, right now, I choose not to learn anything about pitch accent. I'm just like bringing it back to language learning. But what I mean is, someone can look at me and say, oh, this guy's just plainly ignorant and doesn't care about sounding native in Japanese. It's like, yeah, you're right. But I'm blissfully ignorant. I'm intentionally choosing to acknowledge that the existence of pitch accent is there. It doesn't necessarily obligate me to use it as a zenith, like as a core of negativity. That's the difference, in my opinion, between someone who's enlightened and who's insecure and not enlightened. Right? Insecurity comes from a lack of enlightenment, where you pretend like it's not there, or you think it's not there. No, pitch accent is in Japanese. I'm not there yet, and I choose not to be there yet. So it's an intentional choice that I've made to acknowledge and accept that I don't have time for pitch accent. At the same time, I'm comfortable with it. Ooh, nah, somebody book me tickets so I can get out of this because I genuinely hate it here. Oh, it'll be fine. Get cozy. Get cozy. So the kanji on desktop doesn't give you the blurbs about what the separate kanji means. Oh, they do. You click on it. Or did you click on it already? Oh, is there like more? Are you saying there's more than like the pop-up with the names and the things? Tokyo, for example, it just wants you to know it's on desktop. Will you... Hey, this is East and capital kanji. Oh, so they don't say East and capital kanji. Oh, that's interesting. So they didn't get the update yet. It's my inclination. I think the desktop gets rolling updates that follow the mobile. So when someone comes by and say, oh, did you see the update yet? And I'm like, oh, I haven't yet. And it usually comes later. However, I didn't... They break down the kanji things. Interesting. So even the pop-up doesn't have that. I know what's listed on Tokyo, and I don't think it says East or capital. But I know it's East and capital because East came later, and then someone already told me it's... yeah, and it goes back to what we talked about a few months ago too. Someone stated that the faster a person responds to an academic question, the smarter they are, when really someone else might take longer to respond. Yeah, because they realize there's more to consider when answering them. Yeah, because desktop is just a star where I'm at. Mobile has a kanji symbol. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. So you can't click on it at all in the kanji section, Blair, and it tells you that it's I think it all says is Tokyo though, and it tells you what unit it's in. Unless Tokyo hasn't been introduced yet. I don't know. We'll just hang on. I'll hold off. I think there might be a time thing. Like what I mean is if you got the hiragana for Tokyo, and then if they introduce a kanji later, it is there. We'll see. I don't think they give you the kanji for Tokyo right away. It has to end up in the lesson first. So maybe we'll see. I think it might actually solve itself here. That more to consider thing. Yeah. Hey. Yeah, duh. And the hen. Way. Beitang. I think I got the left. No, I didn't get the left particle. Incorrect last time. I for short. I. Which we have. Gao. All. I. Gao. And 朋友 朋友 男朋友 女朋友 女朋友 男朋友 man and no. Nope, I don't got it. It's not in my head. I'll do the one that I forgot yesterday though. No, I forgot the left radical again. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh wait, no, there's no left radical. Oh no, there is. I don't know what it is. What the heck? Ah, 漂亮. I don't have notes, okay, Sub-Zero? Don't at me. Don't make me virtual hit you. 漂亮, uh, 漂亮. 漂亮. I constantly forget the left radical to this. Let's take a guess. We'll use a different radical this time. Maybe this one. You know what? It could be this one. Were there two? Or is it one? Okay, I'm gonna take a jab. Maybe it's this. That's not it. That one. Yeah, I forgot. And then this is associated with this. I 漂亮可爱 Yeah, that doesn't look like the correct for 漂亮. Okay. I'll take it. I don't know if that's correct either. Oh, no. Oh, wait. Bro, trying so hard not to look down at his nose. Listen, Sub-Zero, I'm gonna show you some notes. Sounds like you have experience with that, Sub-Zero. What are you trying to tell me? Are you trying to tell me that you brought notes to an exam one time? Sub-Zero, listen. Are you showing me your hand? Is this the unit with Mingbai? Probably. Whoops. my notes absolutely bolded for that reason. Notes written in the margin. Yeah, 明白. Hey, whatever gets you to learn it, right? If you have notes and it's helping you learn it, then definitely go for it. I'm cooking with notes, but without it, I'm cooked. Listen, you gotta get to my state, you know? You cook with notes, but without, you're overcooked. No, I'm just kidding. I'm burning right now. There's too much cooking. I think I've cooked too hard. I've passed the point of cooking. I'm overcooked. I have so many things going on in my head. Overcooked. Not great to overcook as well. Alright, that's fine. I think I'll take my lickings. I don't really remember anymore. Oh, I guess you have like other things like... Right. 是不是 是不是 That's fine, right? Something like that. Yeah, I forgot the same character again. Such a disappointment. Yes, we also have...几个 Yesterday we missed two things, right? Yeah, yesterday I think we missed two things, and one of them was the same thing again. The recurring thing. Although all the other ones came up quicker this time around. Realistic cooking sim might be loathed. Yeah, I know, right? I played it with your girlfriend and the game is so stressful. Overcooked? Oh yeah. Procedural order of operations game. Come on. You gotta play more of those. I like I played a very hardcore version. I think they're on their 4th game now. It's called Cook Serve Delicious. A largely same concept without the necessity of movement, but it's still order of operations game. Cook Serve Delicious. I think they released 3 and they're probably working on 4. Let's see. What was 13? It's probably bathroom. It's the same bathroom prompt. Oh, not 13. 11. Oh, I'm behind. I'll do a little bit more than usual today. I don't want to go too late today. Unit 11. Near. Ban. Near ban.星期几？星期几？星期日 and 星期天。几月？月。 How? Yeah. 几点？几点？几点？几点？几点？几月？几号？星期几？星期日？星期天？ We can throw in all the others. Might as well. Oh! Really? Heckin. Okay. Okay. R. 3 4 5 6 7 8 Whoops. 9 10 Ling is no one. 0. 饭馆。英语课。洗手间。医生。Oh, this one I forgot yesterday too, but I think I remember it, so good. I think. Uh-oh. Maybe I don't. Kind of like something like this. Yeah. I think that's right. It's a little bit messy, but it's fine. I was being a little aggressive. Ling, right? Ling Yisheng. Special person. Yeah. 现在。明天。Oh, I forgot these often. I remember what the left radical is. I replayed my memory. I know what the left radical is. And it's because of nar. Oh my gosh, sweet, sweet memory. It's the same radical as the right hand of na. Okay. Nar. Jar. Ah, we did it. We did it. Ah, memory is so beautiful. Ah, what a beautiful mind, right? Memory is so wonderful sometimes. And that's what I mean by when things are similar, they can be very helpful. If they are identical, it can be also very helpful. How you negotiate them. So I just kept writing until I saw something that reminded me of it. Okay. What else we got? I think this is good enough. Now we go into review, because I'm already over time. I was gonna work up till midnight. I started late today because I needed that extra rest. I was really tired. Yesterday was... we pushed maybe a little too hard. Alright, so let's go and look. Look at all those yellow boxes. We got yellow boxes now. Ooh. Look at these yellow boxes. Okay. So check. Oh. let's be diligent here. Say I T meow. No. Meow. Sorry, meow. Gao. Yang. Bu. Man. De. Wei. Bei. I. Pang. Yo. Nan. G. R. Liang. Kind of pseudo forgetting that. Nu. Ge. Di. R. Zhi. Si. Zhi. Bu. Right. 是不是谁的漂亮 I screwed up. No, I did have it. I had Ji Shui in the middle of it. I had Ji Shui. I combined it because G is also a review. No, I got it swapped. I swapped Yi. I swapped the right character. Kiao Liang is the character I wrote for the right character, so I actually made an error. I swapped the two. It was between Kiao Liang and Yi Sheng. No, Yi Yuan. I put Yuan in the place of Liang. So I actually said Yi Liang. So that's an error. It's fine. I remember the characters, but I put the characters in the wrong order. Dang it. That's fine. 明白. I did. I already had it. It was in the middle of the screen. It was right here. It was like written somewhere around this area right here in the screen. So, let's see. Why? Oh, I forgot to write Kwai. Kwai. For the opposite of Man. Man. So I did forget a couple. Dang it. Gao and Chang. I. So I missed Kwai, which I didn't think about, and I messed this up. I actually remembered that incorrectly, as opposed to not remembering it. Nian, Ji, Ban, Qing, Qi, Nar, Jar. Yeah, I got them mixed up. Dang it. The characters are correct, though. The characters are correct, but I... Okay. 饭馆洗手间里 yeah 医生点月明天2 12 6汉语课现在日 for these 星期日4 1 9 5 yeah, so one mix up, and then forgot some contextual stuff. It's okay. Like 2个 I miss 2个 but Liang is pretty obvious because of counting, and Kuai for opposite of Man and Kuai. Alright, now we spend the next hour or two or whenever. Oh, you know what, I need some hearts. I need to put some hearts on the board before we do it. 2 hearts. 2 hearts isn't too bad. We'll see how long we last. Our fortitude, our mental diligence and fortitude lasts. And how long my voice lasts. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. 大丈夫です。Okay.
I.
Okay.
I.
I. I.
Hey.
I.
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 I. I.
By the way, Sub-Zero, I did another review in Japanese, so the playlist is different, okay? However, dang it, this playlist also has a repeat of another playlist I played 50 days ago. But it's not the same one, okay? At least I don't think it is. These are long playlists, okay? They're actually single mixes, so you don't, they're not like actually separated by tracks or anything. There's just one very long mix.
I.
Because, you know, ads.
I.
Okay. And it's by the same guy.
I.
So there's very likely. Alright. Need to chill, okay?
男
男朋友
Nan?
You're gonna be rotating between these two from now. Listen, I already played like 6 playlists, okay?
Nan?
We're already beyond 2 playlists. Don't heck me, okay?
男朋友。
男朋友
Don't make me heck you.
男
男朋友 Oops.
男朋友
男男男
男男朋友
男朋友
男
男
Oh, look at that yellow. Okay, this is 非常
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 非常非常
Doesn't this just make you remind you of an integrated circuit?
非常
That's shorthand.
非常
I don't know. It kind of reminds me of a shorthand for integrated
非常
circuit.
非常
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 You just gotta close up the top and the bottom.
非常
女儿
Your 女
牛奶
牛奶 Okay.
牛奶
牛奶
女
儿
儿
女儿
牛奶牛奶
Okay. 行 Wait. 旅行 Yeah.
旅行女儿老师中国牛奶
牛奶女儿
女儿
女儿
牛奶
日本牛奶女儿音乐你的
女儿
日本书店女儿
女儿
唱歌
唱歌
牛奶
牛奶女儿
牛奶
牛奶奶 Oh, I need to be wider with that. That's actually much wider than I thought. I write that like rightmost stroke a lot closer. Okay. 儿子一点儿儿子
儿子一点儿一会儿
一会儿 Sorry 一点半那儿一点儿 Hello
点儿
一点儿一点儿
儿子
儿子 Whoops
儿
Oh, I need to make it a little bit more gradual. I make it like almost too angular.
子
Or I write it to
一会儿
一会儿 Whoops Wrong tone 一会儿
儿子
慢一点
点儿
一点儿孩子
I
I
ASMR AI guys AI
I
Sorry
I
I
I
AI
I
I love AI I AI I love AI Jeez well I AI deep cuts sorry all right refocus
I
I
I.
Actually, Sub-Zero, have you watched the movie Her?
はい
男朋友男朋友
男朋友
男朋友男朋友
男
男
Oops.
男
You don't think so?
男
Listen,
男朋友
what kind of CS
Nan.
major are you?
男
男
It's practically happening now.
男
男
I know you don't study CS. I'm just being a butthead. Just don't at me, okay?
I
Listen, you gotta watch it at some point. It's a circumstance that's actually quite literally happening right now. Aye.
I
Oh, that's much shorter than I thought.
I
Hmm.
I
I
Hmm.
I
I
I can get behind that actually.
あ
Yeah, it's much shorter.
I I I
I
Whoops. A little too close.
I
Whoops.
I
Just go to something I get the reference now. Did you check the year of that movie? Real talk though. It's a really good movie. It actually almost
introducing the duo
if it wasn't for what was it? It's one of the few sci-fi movies that almost got Picture of the Year before eventually a Picture of the Year went to a sci-fi film. The Arrival was pretty close too. It's kind of like her and Arrival during that time were one of the few sci-fis, like contemporary sci-fis, that almost managed to snag Picture of the Year at the Oscar. To be fair, it sounds like something my fellow E students would do. There are darn near 0 girls in this field. Yeah, it's a really great movie, by the way, and it's kind of happening now. So, it's one of those things that are pretty cool. Arrival is a great one too. I don't remember how long it's been now. Arrival, maybe 2016. Arrival is about it's related to language learning, by the way. And wrapped up in like some cosmic stuff, like interstellar cosmic stuff about time, how time passes and whatnot. However, within that, it was about communication. Yeah, it was about communication. So like, if an alien comes on, like not all extraterrestrial life, like there's our scenarios where not all terrestrial life is possibly hostile, right? So they took the perspective of learning how to communicate with the alien life, and then they added some like modern science fiction stuff in on top about time and like how time is viewed. However, I really like the approach. It was a very different type of science fiction, and it deals with language, right? Like it's kind of like also watching like Shin Godzilla, Gojira, sort of, where how would be a more like realistic portrayal of taking care of crisis? Well, what if the thing isn't necessarily hostile and you have to negotiate and do politics and still like scout and do all that stuff. And that's kind of how I felt about The Arrival, but it was a Western produced movie, so it wasn't like pew pewing and all that stuff. It's more grounded in the sense that, well, this extraterrestrial life isn't necessarily immediately hostile, right? So it was a really neat. I really like that. And Her is a less bombastic, like, oh no, you know, iRobot kind of thing, pew pew, like Skynet's kind of thing. It's also the same way. It's a very almost even scarier type of reality, because the performances and the setting and stuff, it can be very believable, right? It's so out there, but at the same time it's so close to home, especially The Arrival. And Shin Godzilla movies and stuff kind of feel that way too. Like, the vast majority of the movie is dealing with things that you would suspect is in a situation. So those things can provide great contrast to like the more bombastic, you know, looter shooter mentality kind of thing, or the hero, the protagonist, character driven novels, more like bigger world perspective. I really enjoyed those movies, and to this day I still remember those, and I think it's being close to it. I even want to say Her was what, 2013? How long ago was it? Yeah, it's 2013. Man, I think The Arrival was 2016. Ah, yes, I still remember the years. Dang. I think, wait, yeah, I still remember the years. Like, they were so interesting. I still remember the years they were in the Oscars. 2013, 2016. Man, it's been over 10 years since the movie Her came out. Holy heck. Man, the much younger Joaquin Phoenix, the 10 years younger Joaquin Phoenix, and Scarlett Johansson as the voice. In Arrival, there's what's his name? I forgot, the Hawkeye. I'm pretty sure it's the Hawkeye actor in a different role, really. I'm pretty sure that it's him. And then the main lead is a very prominent actress as well. I forgot their names. Not very great with names lately. Amy Adams. That's right, Amy Adams. And then Jeremy Renner. Amy Adams is kind of a mainstay at this point. She has so many roles that I remember, but a lot of them, it's very eclectic. She has a very eclectic roles. Okay. 几月 星期
星期
几月
几月 几月
对，星期
一次
星期
几月
6月
请问
几月
月星期
几月
几月
什么
几月
哪儿星期最近
星期
Not quite right. 最近星期
星期
几月
最近
几点6月
星期
期
几月
6月
6月
一次，
一次。
请问
请问
几月
几月
星期
星期？非常
非常
非常
非
常
非常
诶
非常
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 诶，很
很
高
高兴认
识你
的很
很高兴认识你。
你
的很
认识妹妹很高兴
认识你。
得很
的很
很高兴认识你。
Oh boy，
很
很
高兴认识你的很
的
很高兴认识你。
你叫
什么
什么
名字
名字？OK，
的很
学
学生你
你
呢？
对，
哎
哎
哎哎
哎
哎
哎
还
哎
哎
I don't want. I had to make sure not to double tap there.
哎哎
哎
哎
哎
还
Oh, sweet golden blocks. 你
女
Oh, I just realized, you know, I don't need to cross them. It just needs to touch. Huh.
哎
For that radical.
哎
Okay. 你
矮
你
女男不好
好
矮
你
矮矮
快
慢性女矮女女好
女朋友
女矮快矮女
女朋友
慢高矮
Okay.
男
I should really stop doing that. Holy dude, that startled me like crazy. Man,
男朋友
dang, that startled me so much.
男朋友
男朋友
男朋友，
男朋友，
男朋友，男朋友，
男朋友，
男
My attention span is already, my focus is already lost. I wasn't expecting to make an error that soon. It's barely.
I.
I.
爱爱爱
爱
爱
爱
I.
爱，
爱爱
It sounded a little sassy. Like, I.
爱
Okay.
高
Oh. I see why they chose that.
你的，
你的
很高兴认识你。伴，你叫什么名字？
你叫什么名字？
高，
高
很高兴认识你。
What in the... It looks so weird.
很高兴认识你。
高
口
很高兴认识你。你的，
呢？你的
你高
Okay. Alright.
非常
非常
非常非常
非常
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 非常非常
韩国常常
常常韩国韩国
I should probably get some sleep. Sun is coming up. I'll catch you later. I'll catch you later. Sub-Zero. Hope you get through your creator's block. And also I need picks. Not those kind of picks. The picks, you know. The productive picks. Listen, I expect a video. Changchang. No pressure.
常常
Have a good one.
上网韩国咖啡，这是韩国韩国
对，
常常
韩国韩
对，
上网数学唱歌韩国常常
常常
嗯
常常
嗯
旅行韩国你呢？日本常常
韩国
韩国数学唱歌你好常常
对
数学
常常
常
sushi sushi no 学习
学
习
数学
Wait a minute. Hold.
常常
Did I get the tone incorrectly on that? Where's no 学习
中学生学习常常大学生真的吗？
常常
中学生
中学
学生
Okay.
常
Oh no. It was this one. Was it?
学习
学习 I think that's 4. 学习
唱歌英国常常
数学
数学
大学生
大学生学
常常
常常
大学生
大学生
数学
数学
真的吗？
真的吗？
服务员
服务员
中学生
常常
常矮
矮
矮
矮
矮
矮
矮
矮
矮矮
What's happening? I just had like a complete block. What the heck?
矮
矮
矮
That's writer's block for you.
Get more with Super
No, not right now.
很高兴
认识你。Okay.
高兴
很高兴认识你。
很高兴认识你，你
你
认识高兴
也
是
高兴
高兴高兴
很高兴认识你，
很明明高兴认识你
高兴
高兴音乐很高兴认识你，你好认识
男男朋友
男
男朋友
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 男
男朋友
男朋友男朋友
男朋友男朋友
男
哎
爱
爱
爱
爱爱爱
爱
爱
爱
爱
爱
哎，不长啊，不长，不长。韩文
韩文
韩文 Oh, wrong tone. 韩文 I don't know what the tone of boo here is.
不长
And it sounds like boo, yeah.
不长
不长。韩文
美国英文老婆韩文不长
不长长
韩
文
不长
不长不长
不长韩文中文
中文 whoops
英文你
你
好不
不
长
长
韩文
嗯
韩文
美国韩文音乐英文不长
不长
这是不长日本韩文中文
非常
非常
非常非常
非常
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 非常非常
高兴
高
兴
名字高兴
高
他们他
高
高兴
兴 whoops 高兴
高
高兴爱
六
月
I think I did tone 2 by accent. Yeah, 六月
香港
爱
爱
Let's try not to get a
爱
block here.
爱
爱
爱
爱
爱爱爱
爱
爱
爱
爱爱
爱
爱
爱
爱
爱
爱 爱
爱
爱
爱
爱
爱
Okay.
男
None. Am I falling for that again?
男
男朋友
男男
男
男
男朋友
男男
男朋友
男
Okay. Oh, we're getting so close. 非常非常朋友
朋友
非常
非
常朋友
非常
女朋友
常常朋友
慢一点
非常非常
朋友
非常
I had the wrong pinging. I had the wrong tone for that. Or I thought it was 1, but it's 2.
非常老公朋友学生非常星期
朋友
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 女朋友
朋友非常常常不常
非常
朋友
朋友
非常
非常
的很
的很
不常
不常
女朋友
朋友 Ooh
有
有 Okay
朋友
I made an error before on that. I gotta keep in mind.
朋友
Oh, 有名
有名
有名 Sorry.
朋友
有名朋友
朋友
有一点现在朋友
男朋友
有名
女朋友
I knew I was gonna do that. You got me. I tapped the 1. Yeah, it needs a buffer. I really do firmly believe that the writing section needs a buffer, because when you make a stroke error and it shakes, immediately it will go. When you pick up the pen, it can trigger again. And you, like, when you make a stroke error, you're gonna like move again on that spot. So it constantly does double tapping every once in a while. So they need a buffer. That shake is too short. So we'll just do this.
1
Right. Oh, Taiwan. 1.
起
E. 轮
轮
约约 oops wrong tone 儿子
牛
牛牛
鹤
牛
牛
大牛
大
一
起
起二起
他是加拿大人。
他是加拿大人啊是加拿大人
我喜欢喝奶茶。我
喜欢
喜欢
奶茶
奶茶。
哦
我喜欢喝奶茶。
喝奶茶
她是我的妈妈。
她是我的妈妈。
我的家人爱我。
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 我的儿子喜欢旅行。
我的儿子喜欢旅行。我的儿子喜欢旅行。
我有弟弟也有妹妹。
我有
弟
弟也有妹妹。弟弟
也有
妹妹。
我
爱
我的弟弟和
妹妹。
妹妹。
Am I in school? No, I'm not in school.
玛丽，那件
大衣很舒服。
那
大衣很舒服。Oh, I forgot.
件
Yeah. You need a counter. An object holder. Okay. One more. We'll keep 2.
毛衣女儿
女儿 sure. 明天
不客气。
客气。
会。
我们去买一件毛衣吧。
我们去买一件毛衣吧。
狼
英国人意大利人。
Oops.
这是我的女儿。
这是我的女儿。
这
是我的
女儿。
不客气。
3杯水，谢谢。3杯水，
谢谢。
谢谢。
OK。
这
节夹克 Where are you?
夹克
有一点会。
明天会很冷，对不对？明天会
很冷，对不对？很冷，对不对？
不对。
明天
明天 18号。
8号。
明天18号。
嗨，
意大利
人。是，
我是意大利人。
一
杯
水。
谢谢。
谢谢。
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been in school. People. It's been a while. Stop pointing at each other. Alright, let's go back.
有
Okay.
朋友。
朋友。有名。
有
朋友。
Dude, like, it's stuck on. Wow, dude. 有名。现在有一点。
朋友。
男朋友。
女朋友。
朋友。
有一点。有一点。
女朋友。
男朋友。
还没有。现在。在。Whoops. Okay. Sure.
哪里？没有。有一点。有名。
女朋友。男朋友。
朋友。
有一点。
男朋友。
朋友。
I clicked on the one wrong, yo. Oh my gosh. Dude, that stuck. That double tap stuck. That triggered me. I'm pretty triggered. Yeah.
知道，家人。知道。
嗨。
Pretty triggered. I have to admit, I'm pretty triggered.
今天几月几号？
今天几月几号？
他也不知道。
他也不知道。Okay.
他也不
知道。
知道。你的姐姐在饭馆。
你的姐姐在饭馆。Okay.
嗨，我是美国人。嗨，我是
美国人。
星期日是12号。
星期日是12号。星期日12号。
饭馆在那儿吗？
饭馆在那儿吗？饭馆
在
那儿吗？
那儿吗
？6月
2020 20
3年
3年 Oh 3月 Oops wait oh you wait oh did I reverse the no oh I did wait yeah I reversed
女儿
the
老公女儿老公
I reversed the format because I was translating directly and not taking account of format. Okay. I'm still really triggered by that hanging double. Okay. Okay. 他不要冰水吗？
冰水吗？
美国意大利美国
意大利
意大利
明天
明天
明天星期几？
星期几？
你要冰咖啡吗？
冰咖啡吗？
意大利人，意大利，美国，美国，
英国。
2013年6月。
Yeah, I get the 2 hearts back. Somehow we lost 2 hearts in one go. One is a technicality. The other one, okay, they got me. They chose 2 yos at the same time. Hey, 姐 I 弯蹲洗手间爱
你是大学生对不对？
你是大学生对不对？礼物
明天几号？
明天几号？
大学生
饭馆在那儿吗？
饭馆在那儿吗？
今天玛丽有4节历史课。
OK， 今天玛丽有4节课。4节
历史课。
Really？
今天玛丽有4节历史课。
历史课。
水和咖啡。
水和咖啡。
饭馆不在那儿。
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 请问今天
几号？
历史课和中文课。
历史课和中文课。Okay. 洗手间在这儿吗？
洗手间在这儿吗？
Okay. 你的礼物。Okay. All right.
Get more
Let's go back and do it again.
有
朋友
And it sticks to the same exercise, interestingly enough.
朋友
有名
有
朋友
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 Oh.
有
I almost did it again.
有
朋友
男朋友
朋友有
有
名
名
现在有一
点
女朋友
有一点
有一点
有一
点
点
女朋友
女朋友
在哪里
男朋友
还没有现在没有
女朋友
女朋
有名
有名
有一点
有一点
男朋友
男朋友
朋友
朋友
有一
一点
男朋友
朋友Mm-hmm. Is as in positional is. The positional is. Is English. Helping verb.
几月几个
几月
几岁几点
几点几点
6月几月几个
几个
几个
几月
几
几
月
月
几岁几点几月几个几号
Introducing
Okay. 慢一点男朋友
男
慢一
点
慢一点
男朋友
的很
加拿大人
男朋友慢一点女朋友
慢一点慢一点儿
男朋友
慢一点
慢一点
慢一点男朋友
加拿大人
英国人
好久不见
男朋友男
朋友
有
再一次女朋友慢一点男朋友
好久不见
慢一点儿
慢一点
慢一点
加拿大人
女朋友男朋友
意大利人
Ooh, oh man, we're catching up. Hi. Okay. Hi. Good reviews. I've realized And I do mix up one thing, so we'll keep a track of that from this experience. Two things today, actually. Two things today with a slight mix-up.
I. I.
Ooh. Okay. I. Okay. This is so cathartic.
I.
Okay.
水果。
水果。我。
男。
Okay. 男朋友。
男朋友。
水果。That's so funny.
水果。
They play 水果 and paired up with 男朋友。
水果。
Sorry.
男朋友。
What are they trying to say?
男
朋友。
有。
男朋友。
不好。
不是。
有一点。
水果。
男。水果。
水果。
水果。男。
水果。有一点。
日本。男朋友。
这里。
水果。
Okay.
不错。
不错。错。
有一点。
有一点。
日本。
日本。
水果。
水果。
男朋友。
男朋友。
水果。男。
Okay. Ooh. Ooh. We're back. We're back in business.
女儿。
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 女朋友。
一会儿。
女。
慢一点。
女儿。女儿。
女儿。年。
年。Whoops, wrong tone. 年。
女。
慢一点。
儿子。
Get more.
Okay. Oh, this is the last one. 的确。可爱。
可爱。
的确。
几岁？
的确。
几岁？
可爱。
不在。一次。几岁？
请问。可爱。
几岁？
确。
几岁？
可以
Oops.
可爱
几岁
That's a good point. 可以 几岁
几岁
Same
可爱
几月
几号几岁
岁
不错
可爱，
可爱
可爱，
早上
不错不错 Oh, they're really leaning in on the same tones or to mix them up. I see. 不错
谁的
谁的 except for that one.
可爱
几岁
Yeah.
几岁
Okay.
几岁
几岁
请问
请问
哪儿
哪儿
不对
不对
可爱
可爱 Oh my god. Oh no, there's still one more exercise. Okay.
女儿，
女儿女儿
慢一点
儿
女
岁
女朋友
女儿
女
女儿
女
女儿
女
女
女女儿
一会儿那儿爱 Oh, here it is. Here it is. Give me satisfaction. Oh, dang it. Oh, 东西 I haven't seen that in a while. Wow. 可以
可以
东西
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 可以 I just got can to the expression of can do something today in Japanese. 东西 is such a neat word. Literally anything from east to west. I know, right? Anything. Yeah, 东西 Yeah.
也是
可以上网
I heard a different phrase for 上网 in Three Body Problem, but they might be referring to like things like virtual reality or something. But I don't know.
东西不好
不好
东西
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 对
可以东西
东西
东西可以
Wait, what happened to my music? My rain. I need my rain. 可以
英国裙子白色东西
向往 yeah 向往 I heard something else, but I couldn't really make it out, so it was something else, but the subtitles would suggest it was talking about online.
可以
Maybe it was a adopted phrase of internet or something. It didn't quite sound like it, but
可以
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 也是
商店
What 汉字 for Wang? Oh, for wait, for Wang, or are you talking about what I'm saying for Wang or Wan? The only one I have is in Taiwan, but Wang is this thing. This. It's kind of fat, but fat. Let's see.
东西可以你的
东西
东西
超市
超市
火车
火车
可以
可以
东西
东西
音乐
音乐 Come on, give it to me.
钱包
Ah, they're really
可以
they're really pulling this. I need satisfaction.
可以
Yeah, just 包子
包子包子
包子
可以
Tennis? Net is literally the net? Oh, so that's literally the net? Yeah. I think you already mentioned that before, actually. Oh, no, wait. It might not be you. Someone else. No, it actually might be you. Already. You meant, someone mentioned, oh, it might be Sub-Zero, that the character looks like what it is. Someone made a comment like, oh, isn't it nice that the characters look like what it is? I think it might have been you, actually, from way, like, 50 days ago. When we first started. Shangwang was like really early on. Shangwang was like day 4 or okay, like day 8. But yeah. Tennis. Oh, I see. I don't know what that character is yet.
可以
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 咖啡馆汉堡包对不对钱包可以
Traditional. Okay, I guess it has fabric in it. Okay. I see.
可以
Oh, I see the fabric for the net. Got it.
汉堡包
汉堡包
汉
堡包
堡包
包包可以
汉堡包火车站钱包可以咖啡馆
钱包
包
可以汉堡包包子服务员电影院
钱包
可以
The Ubuntu Chinese keyboard is garbage. It's hot garbage. It doesn't take pinging notes. Oh, interesting. Ubuntu, huh? It's been a hot minute since I used Linux. There were times, but Ubuntu Chinese keyboard. I also read about the this is topical, but the current Chinese efforts to launch their own OS that is largely built on top of whatever open source operating that they have, and that kind of relates to the whole Ooh. Because of political tension, I suppose.
不长
Ooh.
不
Ooh.
不长
口
课对不对？
不长
不长
不
不
不
不
对
不对？
口
数学不长
Oh, come on, give me this. I need the satisfaction before today ends. No! Why are they doing this?
不长
不长 Okay.
不要
不要我不要就是我不要觉得很蛮台Okay. 不长 Okay.
不要咖啡英文不不长
不要
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 不长
Okay.
不
不长
长
不要
要
不长我的不要中文不
Come on, give it to me. I want satisfaction. Oh my gosh,
长
They're just, they're not gonna give it to me.
非常
Sure. 长 I'm drawing a blank. No? Wait. Oh, on 晚安晚安 Oh yeah, that's another Wang too. I forgot about that. Wang Ang. That's the only time. Wait, have I used it for any other reason? Wang Ang. Wang Ang. I don't know.
长非常电话豆腐
非常
非常
长
长
非常
唱歌第一长
一次
非常
Come on, give it to me. Dang you!
不长
I think they're just not gonna do it.
非
常不长
不长非常星期长不错
Okay.
非常
不长不长非常
非常
不在
长
几号
不长
Come on, do it. Ah, 女儿慢一点女儿
慢一
点一会儿 女儿5点半
慢1 10 10
Stop
1
Stop
10点
Oh my gosh
1点儿
女儿
儿 Okay
女儿
慢一点儿
慢一点儿 Oh 慢一点儿9点半那儿女儿女朋友
Get more with
No, no, no. We're gonna get this. Dang it, Jar. I swear they're not doing it. Minder. They're just avoiding it. Jar. 几点 Jar. 这是慢一点儿那儿
慢一点儿
对慢一点儿
这儿
这儿
这儿慢一点儿
慢一点儿这儿
点
一会儿那儿 Come on. Dang. Wait. I. Oh, no, it's not still. 可爱
可爱
爱
可爱
伴
性
性 Whoops. 性
热茶
爱可爱爱
I. Which one? I? Oh. I'm like, which one? It's just I.
爱
可爱
爱
几号
可爱不他
You son of a
几月
几岁 Yeah
几岁几号几月
月
几点
对几岁
几岁
几岁
几月
月
几月
几岁
岁月
几点
几点 Yeah, this definitely has a tone shift. 几点 it sounds better with 几点 No. Never mind. I'm just messing up that whenever I think of 点 because of 点 is 3 as opposed to 4 and it makes me do a tone shift on 几几点 Okay.
星期几
星期几星期几
几月几岁
Come on, give it to me. You
星期几
几岁
Oh wait, this might be it actually because it has to do with 岁 but it has to come first, I think. 几岁星期几
星期六星期几几点
几点 Yeah, see, it's not It actually sounds like 2 here. I almost feel like this is 2, not 3. 几点? Every time I hear it. 几点?
星期四。几岁？
几岁 whoops. Okay.
几岁？
几岁？
星期几？
星期几？星。Okay.
星期几？
几岁？
岁。
几岁？几点？
几点 Yeah, see, it sounds like 2. It sounds like 2. 几点? Maybe it is 2. I'm gonna look. I can't turn like the thing on. Wait, where are they thinking? I'm pretty sure they're thinking it's a 2. 几点? So 几点? 几点? 几点?
几号？几月？星期几？
Give it to me, please. 几点？几点？ Yeah. 几点？
几岁？
几点？
几月？几号？几岁？几点？慢一点。
几岁？
对。对。
几点？
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 几岁？
几岁？对。对。
几点？几号？
岁。Oh my gosh.
岁。
几岁？几月？
Dang you! Oh, here it is. Here it is. This is it.
岁。
对. Come on. Oh no, no, no. Oh yeah, yeah. Wait. 几岁? Oh, this has got to be it.
几岁？
They're both sways. They're both sways. Okay. 岁。
姓。
几岁？
岁。几点？
半。
几岁？
几岁？
岁。
对。
岁。
几岁？
对。对。
哪？
几月？几岁？
岁。狗。
Come on, give it to me. We did it. Holy, oh, okay. We gotta do one more, right? We gotta do one more. We can lock this up. We can finally be.
可以。
可以。Okay, 可爱。
可爱。
Oh, this is it. 可以 and 可爱。可以。旅行。冰水。
可爱。可以。飞机。可爱。
可爱。
可以。
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 可爱。
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 什么
怎么
怎么 Oops, oh, that's 怎么 Whoops. 怎么
弟弟现在可以
Get more with Super.
What? 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 Okay. Come on. Give it to me. I'm greedy right now. Wait. I'm so greedy right now.
喂
I have some dopamine issues at the moment.
喂
It's been so long since I've seen golden blocks.
喂
We slowly chipped at it.
喂
喂
喂
Okay, so this does pull writing samples from the other ones before it.
喂
So I don't actually have to go up and click on them.
喂
They just pick them anyways. Come on, give it to me. Dang it! Okay. 梯子 Okay. 这个
几个
Whoops, 几个
妻子
梯子这个一个
孩子妻子
几个
姐姐请问妻子
几个
妻子
嘿
几个
妻子这个裤子孩子
几个
Oh, wait, 几个 Gotta be careful.
妻子
几个50
孩子姐姐
妻子
姐姐妻子
几个
什么家人
Get more with Super.
No. I must have this. Ah, no, again.
I
Oh, wait. It might actually not pull. Oh, no. It should. It should pull. Wait, why am I? Oh, maybe it doesn't. Oh, no. It's not pulling. Because I already have these writing samples complete. This is the only time I isn't. So I do have to go up. I do have to go up and click on things. Okay. It's fine. So it's coming from a different unit. It's probably coming from the unit that introduced that thing. Introduced the character. So go up to 可以 Probably go up to the unit with 可以 but we can't do that because all the other things are there too. So okay, I'll take it. It's fine. I'll take it. It's starting to select the writing samples from the current chapter, which is redundant. I need my dopamine. Okay. So yeah, it's probably because it's pulling these now. So man, I guess I do have to go back up. Yeah, so the recurring ones are, yeah, they're still separated. That's kind of nice though. Look at this. All right, that's enough review. We're not gonna What did I forget? Just for tomorrow. What did I forget? I got these mixed up. 漂亮 and 医院 漂亮 so oops 漂亮 and then I got 亮 mixed up. Oops. And I did it again actually. I started with the other one. Yeah, 漂亮 with well, that didn't respond really well, did it? Yeah. I got these two radicals mixed these two characters mixed up. What else did I forget? Gotta remember to include Liang, the other Liang in my counting, so that I can remind myself that when I'm counting things, we have Liang. Anything else? What about the previous one? No, we're pretty good. And then the next 2 days, right? 52 and 53, we're gonna systematically go from unit 3, and systematically go from unit 3 down to 12. That's 10 units. I should have started today, actually. No, not really. We got a lot of good review in, so it won't be too... I think we're pretty good. And then for the review, I think I'm going to attempt to write all the characters. We're gonna write as many vocabulary words as we can. And we won't... we didn't use English last time. Right? We didn't go through the English thing. No, we kind of did. We did the web thing, right? So this time we're not going to do the web thing. Maybe categories. We can try categories. Yeah, we can try category. I don't think all the vocabulary is going to fit on a page. Okay. I think we're going to stick with not writing all of them. We're going to write just the 10 and then whatever, and see where we go from there for the review. That might be too many vocabulary words. Not that bad. The first half is pretty small. It's a pretty small number of vocabulary. What is our vocabulary word count? I think we're at like 500. Oh no, not 500, sorry. Like 300 to 400 range. And then hello there. Saudi Arabia, huh? Alright, I guess that's the end for today. We went an hour over what I was planning because I need to get some rest. The reviews yesterday's review kinda hit me pretty hard, and we double down on making sure we're ready for the 50-day review. And we've done a lot of new things during this 50-day review, or during this second 25 days. So I'm probably going to not change anything that I'm currently doing, which is to write all the vocabulary. Yeah. And we're staying with the 3-day schedule. Yeah, we're staying with the 3-day schedule. Giving us time. Or I could resume the 2-day schedule. I could try that. now that we're kind of almost there. All right, folks, that's a wrap. You know, you put in the time, things feel good, and things feel great. Things feel great. Some things that are no longer problematic, it kind of just goes with itself. And I'm filling out a few things here and there. There's some intuition that's coming, that's interfacing with what I already know or what I hear very often. So that's always kind of nice. It's a different touch, a different thing than Japanese. Japanese, although because I don't have a point of reference for Japanese, I feel like my efforts are more keen. My observations are a little bit more keen. I definitely see myself slipping a little bit more in Mandarin when it comes to reading. Like I'm a little looser. So occasionally I'm like, oh yeah, that's loose. That's too loose. Okay. All right, folks. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. Wish you the best, right? Wish you the best. Keep language learning fun. If it's something you're choosing to do, we'll come back with more stories. There were a lot of stories today, here and there. I guess the most notable story is the idea that learning a language, mechanicals, you know, like being mechanic and all the nuances and stuff about the skill, in my opinion, can be super engaging and super passionate. However, let's not forget that there are times when these skills are applied. So the question you ask yourself is, are you going to apply those skills, or are you collecting and honing those skills, right? It's kind of like thinking in the theoretical and applying the principles and learning the concepts, because that is what engages you, versus the application of the skill you're developing. The reason why I say that is I talked at length today about a situation where there are times when, yes, one can become hyper-focused in applying a skill for the sake of applying the skill, versus applying the skill in a natural context that is contextually sensitive to another person, right? Language learning can be an individualistic skill, for sure. Like I can see it, like, oh, acquiring languages, learning the semantics and then the linguistics, and then trying to at a distance parody the native source and whatnot. However, when that at the interface of the conceptual and the mastery of it is oftentimes in a language, it involves interpersonal skills, right? There are other skills that are less interpersonal at the end, or quote unquote at a certain inevitable situation, that you don't have to apply it where there's a factor of another human being. And language learning can be to a point where people hyper-focus to the point where, and they do, right? Some people say, oh, I just want to read and consume media. That's a non-interpersonal skill. So that's perfectly wonderful. The story I had today was when that skill requires application, and that application deals with interpersonal skills. When one becomes hyper-focused on even things like language learning, one can become less practiced and cognizant of cultural sensitivity, let alone human sensitivity. Cultural sensitivity can still be a semantic, self-independent skill, but you apply that in context with another person. So, much like teaching, you can have all the specialized skills in the world. It doesn't guarantee you to be an adequate person to be able to teach or advise anyone, because if you hyper focus on the development of the skill at the individual level, then you did not devote much time or practice in practicing interpersonal skills. And one requires an element and practice or even a conscious thought about thinking about other people and their context and circumstances. And in a language situation, contextualizing the use of the target language, not based on one's own interest, but the appropriateness of its cultural norms. And we talked about things like going to a convenience store and feeling self-entitled to flexing your really well-practiced and passionate language learned, but the context, the cultural context of doing that in that environment is unnatural. You can speak all the natural, in my opinion, Japanese that you want, but doing so in that environment is culturally unnatural. It's not a social norm. So those are the situations where sometimes one can forget that humans operate on cultural norms, and that also has natural capacities. It can fall by the wayside when you're so focused on common interests, or like the interest that you care about and not the person you're interacting with. So you get into situations where someone would approach someone on the street and attempt to shock them by how natural their English or how natural their Chinese is. And the thought is, face culture people, they'll be nice, but they would have no idea why you're burdening them because of their social norms. On the streets, your Chinese is probably really great, politely, and then the person doesn't want to be bothered because it's a misunderstanding of cultural norms. Approaching someone on the streets is more of a business transaction when it comes to a time in the day where they're out and about accomplishing their tasks. So kind of like a funny thing that I observe almost all the time, especially advice. Advice is another social norm that I can definitely empathize with, being raised in the United States, right? It's about caring. When you offer unsolicited advice, it's very caring, right? It comes from a great place, or perhaps a noble place at some points, fueled by one's own selfishness, in my opinion, right? Because unsolicited means it's motivated by yourself. It's not motivated by the other person. When you ever look at a situation in a face culture, like maybe serendipitously you went online and you saw a guy asking, is it okay to help someone on the train when they didn't ask or need help, like in Japan, for example, or in China? Well, the answer is you can try really hard to be as subtle as possible to help them, or you don't help them at all until they ask. That's the difference between the two cultures. And me being American and raised under a Chinese household, I can definitely see the attraction and the pros and cons of being a person who have kind intentions and want to act on that kind intention. At the same time, there's also the me that has the value system of face culture. When you go and unsolicitedly point out errors in public, in the internet being a public space, one must establish a sense of respect and mutual understanding in a face culture before offering unsolicited advice, right? That's kind of like going around and say, like, your Japanese is unnatural. Well, the most unnatural thing you just said as a person who learned the Japanese language is act like a person that isn't understanding of the Japanese culture. That's a meta level of things. It's not bad or good. Sometimes being aware is enough. You can choose to embrace it or not. That's probably one of the more interesting stories lately and thoughts that I've had. I might not speak Japanese, but I certainly am incredibly familiar and attached to a face culture. When you go help someone and they didn't ask for help, you are bringing potential disrespect and shame to them in public space, right? If you were a friend, it's far more acceptable. And we talked about that a lot in Japanese when we were learning Japanese, about what to do and what not to do, and what's natural to say and what is not natural to say. Well, helping people in public when they are unsolicited is disrespectful most of the time. It's something that I don't think I have to poll Japanese people to say that that's probably usually the feeling, because Chinese is very similar too, right? It's great to suggest things very strongly. When you go and help someone without asking or inquiring, then you are assuming and asserting that they need help. And that bridges language barriers. It doesn't actually require a command of native Japanese or native Chinese. You have committed something that has a low chance of showing that you have cultural awareness. So that's kind of a really wonderful rhetoric, because as an American, I can definitely see that that person only had the kindest of intentions. But generally speaking, that's a foreigner interacting with a culture that they're not familiar with, right? And it's imbued in the language, right? When you learn Chinese, when you learn Japanese, you can kind of glean from that, right? It is rude to assert things in Japanese. In Chinese, kind of. I don't think it's as strong, but you don't have a lot of phrases where you would assert things without questionable doubt. However, I think in Chinese, lots of the things are a little bit more pragmatic and direct. However, it's often not direct in the sense at a person. So just some things I feel was very learning Japanese while also learning how to read Chinese and stuff. It comes out at me, but I have to be sensitive in the sense that it might not be so apparent to other people, right? And I have a mix of that. There are times when I absolutely like it, and then there are times when not so much, right? And then I make that clear to most people. I'm in a period where I like to make mistakes, where I own up my own mistakes, as opposed to that would be a very American thing to say. And then in a face culture, I don't make mistakes, or like you try not to never make mistakes. So correcting immediately, yes, if you allow it. So if you say, I want to be corrected immediately because I don't want to bring further shame or embarrassment, and as well, I allow you to do that. That's kind of like the cultural norm, right? I think I need help, but I only need help if I'm making an error, right? Strictly speaking, right? And that's just kind of one of those funny little cultural things when it comes to learning. Anyways, that's a interesting rhetoric to keep in mind. Yeah. Curious what other people think, right? How other people operate when it comes to learning. I am definitely more of an embracer of the Americanized, or like the whatever, the westernized things where you make mistakes, and you use those mistakes to elevate those, as opposed to operating on a fear of always being of making an error, right? Because errors make you feel bad. I don't prescribe to that. Making errors do not make me feel bad. It is kind of ironic that the way people learn Japanese and Chinese reinforces that you should feel bad making errors. It's really fun. I think it's really funny that a vast majority of people that I've encountered that are learning Chinese and Japanese, they have this very distinctive fear of needing to correct everything and having to be correct. And that is effectively how I think when people go to a foreign country, especially a face culture country, that they forget that that is a social norm. So when you go out and you're really nervous, and then you go out and you talk to another person who ends up being very nervous, and then you get angry or something, that they try their best not to make you speak their language, or you try your best to speak their language the best, and then there's like a miscommunication, because that's a cultural dissonance. They are trained to do something, and you are trained to expect something. So if they see a foreigner, they're more likely to execute on the thing they practice, which is to accommodate the foreigner. And then meanwhile, the foreigner would be like, well, I can speak Japanese, why don't you hear that? Or I speak Chinese, why don't you hear that? It's like, that's culturally insensitive, right? You operate on rules, they operate on rules. It's independent of the language learning. It happens way more than some people might think. It goes viral all the time. Like, I get YouTube feeds of all that stuff. And then you have the Americanized culture, the westernized culture, making comments as the dominant comment, because that's the kind of the default culture. It's westernized, and on at least this side of the internet, right? This side of the internet, where like, oh yeah, but they were only trying to like speak the language that they passionately learn. It's like, yeah, there's a time and place for it. It's not going to the convenience store, interrupting the person's natural plans, and the decorum is that you smoothly operate. So what phrases do you use, at least in my opinion, is hello, yes please, or no thank you very much, and you leave. So like, those phrases are there very reasonably, and it's not your ego. There's no tax on your ego. The phrases that are sharp, direct, business-like are effectively, in my opinion, the most culturally sensitive way of making a transaction during the day. You can definitely find friends or build a interpersonal relationship in an appropriate place. And in Japan, my impressions are it's the nightlife, right? Or in a socially appropriate place. In Chinese, it's usually like a localized place where you hear a lot of banter, right? So oftentimes it could be like a privately run restaurant, like a mom and pop shop, perhaps a street stall or something. But there are times when people enter like catch Chinese people on the street or something. It's like, oh yeah, let's just bust out my Chinese, and like, they're gonna be polite for sure. Like, naturally they will likely try to be polite, but they are certainly not going to engage in small talk to allow you to like show how good your Chinese is. I mean, if you insist, I feel in a face culture they will continue to be polite, but they won't respond and egg you on and try to insist that you keep going, right? Maybe not, I'm not saying everyone, but I think that's usually the natural tendency. The longer you talk, the longer you exchange, there's a higher chance that the person who is in a face culture will likely risk engaging in something they're not comfortable with in public. And that is a very uncomfortable place to be. If a stranger comes up and they start talking in Chinese, they look like a foreigner, there's a high chance you'll encounter, it's not the fear of the foreigner embarrassing themselves, it's a fear of the person embarrassing them or not being able to help. So if a foreigner comes up to me, right, sometimes I have this fear like I can't help them. And if I can't help them, that's a personal embarrassment. It's not their problem, it's my problem. So approaching strangers and trying to flex your skills and trying to make friends without establishing rapport, that is a face culture thing. And I actually think the vast majority of interactions that I have on the internet is more of a Western thing, where I'm only trying to help. So that excuses any form of social norm, private space, or the need to establish rapport and respect between the two, right? If you have good intentions, that's all that matters. Well, I can't speak for Japan, but in China, that's not all that's not all that matters. It does matter that you spend time and tact to establish a form of trust and personal boundaries, like crossing that boundary. If that person invites you into their personal boundaries, then you are more than welcome to be a lot loose-lipped, right? Just a little cultural thing, in my opinion. It comes up all the time in my life. Every single day, you go back and forth between them. And I think language learning really brings that out. And it really does bring that out. All right, folks. There you have it. Closing remarks. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. If you find that interesting, let me know what you guys think, right? I'd love to hear your versions and perspectives on these things. And if you're going to watch this later, 谢谢. 明天见, right? 再见. And until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. Take care, and I'll catch you when I catch you. Bye.